It's 8 o'clock, so we can call this meeting to order of the Committee on Appointments. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
As you can see, we have a very light agenda. So today we don't have any items to vote on. We just have a discussion of our current board and commission vacancy list. So I'll turn to my colleagues and see if either one of you have some updates, any thoughts about any of the openings that we have. I have a couple of notes, and then certainly Daniel, if there's anything that you'd like to share, we'll make sure you're able to do that as well. Colleagues?
Commissioner, my comments are going to be very brief. I have a number of individuals who want to get on various boards, but the only concern that I have is that they're not residents of Grand Rapids. They're out of Kenwood and some are out of Wyoming. Good people, but I have to look at boards that they can possibly be on that would allow them to be accepted. But as far as the third ward and stuff, I'm still looking for people who are willing to make a commitment.
Okay. Great, thank you, Commissioner. I know, Daniel, you sent that information over after our last meeting that had both the residency and non-residency detail. And I think that if there are, Commissioner, if there's anybody that is of particular interest, I think even if they're a non-resident, they could still go ahead and fill out that, the personal information form, Daniel, that there's nothing preceding them to do that. So then they could see what that process looks like, because there are some questions that maybe people might not be aware of, so that could be a good starting point. And then from there, once we get them in, we could see things that are non-residency requirements and try to make a connection there.
Daniel, have you received anything from a Mr. Earl James?
Not as of yet, no, but again, the online application will inform the applicant as to whether or not they need to be a resident of the city for a particular board.
Yeah.
So if they're interested in a multitude, they can go ahead and select all the boards that they're interested in, and then it will filter out the ones that residency is required.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I would be highly supportive of getting Earl on a board. If we could find the right one that would fit for him, I think he's an amazing individual and thinker. The only thought that I had, Commissioner Isasi, was, we're going to approve today the Affordable Housing Trust Fund set up, and so for us all to be thinking about, sounds like we're going to each set of commissioners will get one appointment per ward, and then 5 of those will come through this appointments process. So I do know that we might have a queue. I guess my question this morning, Daniel, was do we have a queue of folks who've already selected that board as that they're interested in, or will that start kind of after we approve the policy this morning?
I apologize, which board?
The Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board.
That was, to my knowledge, put on hold, so we removed it from the online application, so it was not a viable choice. But I do know that there were applicants in the past that I can absolutely look into and see if they were fully vetted before that was removed.
Because I know once we approved that this morning, I think the goal is to get that board filled relatively quickly. And so if we do have some to start with, this body will get to, I think, make 5 of those appointments. City Manager 1, Housing Commission 1, and then 1 per ward as well. So
Is it 1 per ward or? Is it 1 per ward or 1 per commissioner?
I think it's 1 per ward.
Yeah, I think it's 1 per.
Yeah.
'Cause you said commissioner earlier, and I was thought, okay.
Yeah, I think that, John and I get to pick one person, and you and Joe would do the same.
Yeah. Okay.
But I do know that there had been a few people that had applied, so I'd love to get them back in the queue so that we can
course.
consider them.
Yeah, if we could, Daniel, I'll ask specifically, if we could get a list of those who had previously applied and the dates of when they applied, because of course this has been an ongoing conversation. And then I remember when you said we took it off so there wasn't any confusion. You had given us that update, gosh, that was maybe 6 months ago now. But if you could send that list, that would be helpful following the conversation today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I seem to remember there being a few appointments to the board, but I don't know in the COVID of it all what happened and the postponement of moving forward with the board. So potentially I can pass along those PIFs as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that the first iteration of the board, our 4 city appointments were Jesse Jones, Ben Oliver, Lee Nelson Weber, and Ryan Kilpatrick. So some of them may or may not be I don't think that we can put Ryan on that board anymore because we have a contract with him. But I know Lee is interested still. I haven't talked to the other 2, but.
Okay, great. Thank you both.
And I know there'll be interest, because it was on the radio when I was on the way in this morning, they've already picked it up, so I heard on the news, on the radio on the way in this morning, that they were already talking about that, the city commission is bringing that up today.
Thank you, City Clerk. So I just have a few updates as it relates to a couple of items. One is the mayor and I chatted a bit about Planning Commission, so she's doing a couple of meetings this week, and we'll probably make a decision on, there is not a vacancy on planning, however, there was individuals who were staying on by virtue of the type of body it is and the need for continuity as we go into the master planning process, but that should be coming up before us in the future. We had talked about, I know we have another person probably coming forth for our North Quarter SID. So I think that is just being worked on. So then we might actually have a full North Quarter board, which will be good. I think there are a few others that, civil service, which we have a meeting today. I had somebody who is still interested, but I think I had shared they have a new job. So I don't have any other updates as it relates to specific roles, but I have had an update this week with the mayor and have talked to a couple others. And I know Daniel, in the week since our last commission meeting, there have been some conversations about a few people going through the vetting process, so.
I will say the Friends of Grand Rapids Parks Board were brainstorming about future board members, and so we developed a nice list, and then we also kind of agreed that once we find someone that the rest of them can go, we could just keep going down the list and have them apply for the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, so hopefully that'll generate some potential names for that as well.
Great.
I think we have 2 vacancies on that board.
Yeah, and I think the reality is, yes, we are still living through the realities of COVID and these iterations. And so, I think people are generally overwhelmed about what they have in front of them from a professional and a personal setting. So I'm hopeful that I think we still have people who are interested. I think we're in this time frame where it's just a little bit harder to make commitments. And so, we'll keep plugging along, so. All right, any other business?
Just a reminder, as we are now into September, thinking about end of year appointments and thinking about those that are annual. One that I think of is public safety, where each commissioner has an appointment, and we've kind of been kind of low there. So maybe Commissioner Sassi, remind your colleagues about, because that's really an annual appointment, and so we kind of missed those. And
Yeah.
then, so technically, we only have 2 that are current appointees. Kyle's kind of been attending as a continuation, but that really isn't a continuation. So, so right now, Ed Kettle and Christine Cameron are the only 2, so that's Commissioner O'Connor's and Commissioner Moody's appointment. So everybody else needs a public safety appointment. And I know we're doing some stuff with Brandon and how we're doing that,
Yeah.
but we should keep that in mind so we have a robust public safety.
So can I ask that an agenda item for, let's say, maybe the second meeting in October, if we're thinking about, could that be an update about all the year-end appointments that we have like that?
That'd probably work.
Absolutely.
Just
Yep.
because I think that will help us to operationalize and to remind all of ourselves and the multitude of things you all have going on, that we need to keep that forefront. And that should hopefully coincide with, I think at our last September meeting will be the final recommendations from Brandon's review.
Yep, that's probably good. That's probably good. We'll put
Okay.
that on our file.
Great.
Do I just need to ping Kyle to get his PIF in, or, because I know we went.
No,
back and forth.
he recently submitted that then,
Okay,
so
perfect.
we should be okay with that one.
And I think if this goes back to some of the conversations that we've had about people who have been on boards, and some of them have some call-outs about attendance and things like that. But I do think if we are gonna review anybody for a year end and we know that they haven't attended a majority, or if there's something of note, I think that would also be good for us to know. That there may be reasons why that may have been communicated, but I think to continue, that's sort of like the checks and balances of, you know, letting people know that this is a commitment. There's requirements, there's time, there's energy, and just wanting to make sure we're taking that into consideration. So, and I think that'll be the same for the housing board. I think as we look at folks is, whether they're on something else, were they able to go, were they not, what were some of those, and I think it also helps us to address any systemic barriers about access to board. So we know that, you know, in the past, when I was a citizen volunteer, my employer encouraged this as a professional development arm, but not everybody has that luxury. So, okay. So, anything else? Any other business? All right. Thank you, everyone. We made it to 8:11 today, so good conversation. And this Committee on Appointments is now adjourned at 8:11. Have a good day.
All right, good morning, everyone. We'll call fiscal committee to order here at 8:30. First item on the agenda this morning is a resolution authorizing a payment to DLT Solutions for a 3-year AutoCAD software subscription in the amount not to exceed $14,698.28.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Jernberg, good morning, sir.
Morning, Commissioners. How are you today?
Well,
What you have in front of you today is simply a renewal of our AutoCAD software from DLT Solutions. This is used for a variety of purposes in terms of our detail sheets as well as our piping and plumbing layouts inside of our pump stations. Essentially, it's a 3-year renewal. We're saving a little bit of money by going with a 3-year subscription.
very good. Colleagues, questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Item 2, resolution accepting a grant from Michigan Indigent Defense Commission, Department of Licensing and Regulatory Affairs, and authorizing execution of agreements for implementation of the FY22 compliance plan as required by the MIDC Act.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Ms. Bohach, good morning.
Good morning. This is our annual allocation that we receive from the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission for operation of our indigent defense system. There was some legislation passed in 2016 that made significant changes to that system and how it's operated. There are 8 standards in place, that were recommended that need to be put in place for your local jurisdictions to operate. Currently, standards 1 through 4 have been in place, and the city's been in compliance with those. We submit a compliance plan on an annual basis, and they also then provide us a grant to help operate that. Standard 5 is new, and our compliance plan has been approved for that, and it takes effect on October 1st of this year. And that's a pretty significant change because it takes action to completely separate the operation of indigent defense from the judiciary. So that work is being done in community development, and we have a coordinator for that work. We're very excited to have Jessica Van Solkema, and she's here. You want to say hi? And she's doing a great job in helping us make that transition.
Very good. Colleagues, questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 3, resolution authorizing conditional approval of tax exemption and payment in lieu of taxes for Lexington School Apartments.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Ms. Bohach again.
Yes, so this is a pilot request for a project at 45 Lexington Avenue, and that is, will be the rehabilitation of the historic Lexington School building. It will also include construction of an addition. In total, there'll be 39 affordable rental units. 24 of those will be 1-bedroom and 15 2-bedroom units. 4 will be barrier-free, and the rest will be visitable. The developer is Commonwealth Development Corporation of America. The the estimated benefit for this through the pilot program is $38,000, and approximately, or it's estimated that $6,500 would be a contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund as a result of the election for option 2 under the pilot
Very good.
ordinance.
Colleagues, questions? Great to see the school moving forward. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 4, resolution authorizing conditional approval of tax exemption and payment in lieu of taxes for the Boston Square Together number 2.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported.
So this is a project I think you're very familiar with. There was a Phase 1 pilot that was approved for Boston Square Together 1. That was in January. This is Phase 2 that will construct a 3- and 4-story structure with 57 apartments. 45 of those will be affordable to households at income 60% or below of the area median income. And 12 it's anticipated that there will be 12 project-based vouchers in the project as well. The remaining 12 units will be market rate, and there's commercial space in the building. There will be 6 units that will be barrier-free. And this project is estimated that the benefit from the pilot is nearly $39,000 with an estimate of $8,000 that would be contributed to the Affordable Housing Fund through the election of option 2 under the pilot ordinance.
Very good. Colleagues, questions? All right, hearing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Botch. Resolution 5 is a resolution accepting funding from DTE Foundation, the amount of $30,000 to partner with the Hispanic Center of Western Michigan on the Community Collaboration on Climate Change C4.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Ms. Sutter, good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. So I know there's been a number of C4 items of discussion, and this is the last that I'm aware of at this time. Part of our fundraising efforts resulted in the DTE Foundation granting to the city $30,000 to help support the C4 and our work in partnership with the Hispanic Center of West Michigan.
Colleagues, questions? All right, hearing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And item 6, resolution approving an agreement to pay the Hispanic Center of Western Michigan the $30,000 grant received from the DTE Foundation for the purposes of community collaboration on climate change.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported.
This is pretty straightforward. After we've now accepted the grant, this is a fairly simple agreement to then pay the $30,000 from the city to the Hispanic Center of Western Michigan for purposes of the C4.
Very good. Any other questions? All right, hearing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sutter. Item 7, a resolution authorizing the mayor to sign the MERS retiree healthcare funding vehicle withdrawal and asset transfer agreement.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Bolt, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is something of an administrative cleanup item. The city sponsors 2 different plans for retiree health care. For newer employees, there's a defined contribution plan where participants are able to select their own investments. For more seasoned employees, there's a defined benefit plan where the city takes on that responsibility. This resolution only affects the latter type of plan. Back in July, this committee approved a resolution to adopt new trust accounts at U.S. Bank for the retiree healthcare defined benefit plan. And this resolution simply authorizes the mayor to sign the paperwork necessary to move the money from the old trustee to the new one.
All right, very good. Colleagues, any questions? All right, hearing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Item 8, resolution authorizing a 3-year subscription contract with TRAP LLC for first year not to exceed $36,316.80 and a 3-year not to exceed amount of $112,251.59 to provide commercial real estate data services.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Ms. Griffiths-Jaster, good morning.
Good morning, thank you. So while the pandemic has been a challenge, that translates into a challenge for us into studying different aspects of the commercial real estate market. And we don't always have sales for those sectors of the markets that are maybe suffering. So this data subscription will allow us to more accurately measure how those sectors are being affected in the market.
All right, colleagues, any questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, number 9, resolution to amend City Commission Policy 400-1, Statement of Investment Policies, Procedures, and Objectives.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
From time to time, we come to you asking for approval to revise our investment policy. What we've included today are 2 different items that I think are very important. One is when broker-dealers sometimes run into SEC or FINRA changes, sometimes they're not in compliance. When those violations would occur, we would basically decide not to do business with those firms. Well, that in essence is like a death sentence. And it might not be a violation that relatively impacts our business with them because in most cases we're simply purchasing securities from those firms in a competitive bid process. So what we were doing is in outlining more definitive terms what we would say we would not do business with a firm versus one that we'd qualify and continue to do business with. So that is our first item. The second one is much more in line with our work with working with minority-owned broker firms and dealers. A lot of times they come forward and they'll be partners in a negotiated deal. There might be 5, 6, or 7 different underwriters supporting this issue at various levels or percentage of engagement. So a lot of times if you have 5 that are involved, maybe 2 of them we're allowed to do business with. But what we want to make sure we do is based on their percentage of engagement, give them a level of interest that we're looking for. So if I want to invest $10 million and one person has 80%, one person has 20, I'm going to split that so that we don't exclude those approved authorized broker dealers from the engagement. In the past, what we would do is place it with one, maybe the top group there. Well, what happens then is we then ignore that other broker dealer, and we don't want to do that. We want to have this to be a very, very open policy that when we are going out to show our level of engagement or interest in an investment, that we are giving the appropriate prorated offers to each firm. And so that's going to help further define how we work with minority-owned brokers and dealers, and actually all dealers, because it's really spelled out how we're going to handle this work.
All right, very good. Colleagues, questions for our treasurer? All right, hearing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Item 10 is the resolution authorizing the bid list for September 14th, 2021.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. You all have had an opportunity to review the bid list. Do you have any questions for Ms. Colton?
No.
No.
All right. Hearing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 11, purchasing forecast report, September 14th, 2021. Any questions? All right, hearing none, that report is received and filed. Item 12 is our warrant report for August 11 through August 31, 2021. Mr. Comptroller, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. So for the period reference there of August 11 through the 31st, the city released cash payments totaling approximately $56.6 million, which includes just under $9 million for our employee payroll expense, and also approximately $247,000 for income tax warrants. In terms of quantity, that equated to 685 income tax refunds and 1,596 accounts payable checks. And the following 3 pages contain the details of all checks and payments exceeding the amount of $20,000.
All right, very good. Colleagues, questions for our Comptroller? All right, hearing none, that report will be received and filed. Thank you, sir. And our final item on the agenda this morning is the Treasurer's Report for period August 11, 2021 through August 27, 2021. Mr. Treasurer.
Good morning, Commissioners. With a report today, we are keeping our eyes on inflationary numbers that are coming out just to make sure that we are seeing that they're transitory, as the Fed has come forward to say that's what they're expecting. The numbers are holding pretty steady right now. So really, our concern is really watching to see what's happening in the macro, but also the micro environment, because we're now seeing things where the eviction moratoriums are ending. Things are going to be impacting our residents. The federal unemployment support is going away. So we're really looking to see what's going to happen within Grand Rapids. As much as we're seeing definitely the impact of the activity with Art Prize and the number of people downtown moving around, being here, is incredible to see and experience. We are also concerned about COVID. We are concerned about COVID in our schools. We're concerned about seeing if there's going to be an uptick and how that's going to impact our economy and our city. With our own investment policy, though, or in our investment program, we do have $527 million of funds, still earning 1.38%. Again, that was dropped almost 0.2% because we have such large amounts that are only held at a very low interest rate, preparing for any type of move. I mean, we don't have a spend plan yet for the funds that we have, and so we want to make sure that we have them available to us when ready. And we're also not expecting to see interest to tick up for another year or two.
All right, colleagues, questions for the Treasurer? All right, hearing none, that report is received and filed. And with that, we will conclude our fiscal committee at 8:44. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I need to go find her too. 'Cause I didn't. That's right. Good morning, everyone. We'll call this Community Development Committee to order. Commissioner Jones isn't able to be here this morning. He'll be back with us this evening, so Mayor Bliss is going to join us for the discussion this morning. Looks like we have 8 items this morning. So the first is a resolution confirming 2021 fiscal year 2022 Downtown Improvement District Special Assessment Roll, $8,760.
So moved. Support.
All right. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So at the request of the Downtown Improvement District Board, the Assessor's Office has prepared the special assessment roll for enhanced services within the district, and according to their plan, that was adopted back in May. Property owners were sent notices June 24th and notified the appeal process. And we had the assessment roll open for public inspection from June 24th through August 10th. And then August 10th, the City Commission convened to sit as a board of review to hear appeals. So we received absolutely 0 appeals. And so now we're bringing this for confirmation of the roll. And if confirmed, the special assessment will be billed October 1st.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions about the special assessment roll? 0 appeals. That is what it is. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It carries. Next we have, thank you. Next we have a resolution authorizing an amendment to the generator interconnection and operating agreement with Consumers Energy.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
What you have in front of you this morning is simply an update, an amendment to an existing interconnection agreement that we have with Consumers. Back in 2006, when the emergency generators were installed at the Lake Michigan filtration plant, we were required to have an interconnection agreement with Consumers. Essentially, it's a maintenance agreement that we have where power generated behind the meter is monitored with Consumers. And now with the solar array going in out at the Lake Michigan filtration plant, they are asking to amend that agreement to include the solar array generational power. No cost to the city for this.
Okay, great. Seems to make sense to include that in our agreement. Any questions from either of you?
No, glad to see it move forward and that it's.
Yeah, we got to see a
at no
picture
cost.
yesterday
Yeah.
of the solar array going up, which is pretty cool.
Yep, getting started. Hopefully all the array panels will be in by the end of the month. Actual connections will, for electrical generating purposes, won't probably be till later this year. And then the berm and landscaping screen will be next spring.
All right, thank you, Wayne. All right, all those in favor, say aye. Aye, it carries. Next, we have a resolution. These next two are related. Scheduling a public hearing to consider an application for an 11-year obsolete property rehabilitation exemption certificate pursuant to PA 146 of 2000 for 739 4th Street LLC at 739 4th Street Northwest.
So moved. Support.
Okay, is this
Yes.
Jeremiah?
Yes, got
Yeah.
it. So good morning, everyone. This is a resolution setting September 28th, 2021 at 7 p.m. as a date and time for the public hearing to consider this obsolete property rehabilitation exemption certificate for that project at 739 4th Street Northwest. Just a quick summary, the project is going to rehabilitate a former church slash clubhouse building to a total of 12 market rate apartments. 6 of those will be new construction at a total investment at $3.6 million. As you're aware, we require those any projects coming before Economic Development Incentives to submit an inclusion plan. This particular project would amount to 29% or $677,000 of the project's hard construction costs, an additional 33% over $152,500 of professional services for the project to be provided by a woman-owned business. This project has been updated to Stockbridge Business Association and West Grand Neighborhood and has already received recommendation from the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority at its August 25th meeting.
Great, thank you, Mr. Gracia. Any questions about this particular one? We've been talking about it for a long time, so it's good to see it moving forward. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It carries. Related is a resolution scheduling a public hearing to consider a revised brownfield plan amendment for the same property, 739 4th Street LLC redevelopment project at 739 4th Street Northwest.
Support.
Again, same project at 739 4th. This is that public hearing for the Brownfield Plan Amendment. In summary, they're requesting reimbursement of $697,910 for brownfield eligible activities. And the reimbursement will be expected to occur over a 25-year period with an additional 5 years of capture for the local Brownfield Revolving Fund. This has gone through all the process, and again, the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority approved and recommended this amendment, this revised plan amendment, at its August 25th meeting.
Great, thank you so much. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It carries. I will say that one interesting thing I like about that project is leveraging a women-owned business for professional services. I think it was a unique thing that popped out of that project, so I'm encouraged to see that. Next is a resolution consenting to the vacation of Jefferson Avenue Alley from 250 feet south of Maple Street to Maple Street and from Maple Street to Cherry Street, accepting a highway and utility easement and dedicating public right-of-way.
So moved. Support.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners.
Morning.
So this alley is located just west of Jefferson, and it is currently being utilized as a parking lot for St. Mary's Hospital. Trinity Health Michigan, which operates St. Mary's, submitted this request. They own all properties adjacent to it that are affected by it. Part of the resolution provides for acceptance of a highway and utility easement. That's to allow for a turnaround at the northern end of the public alley that will remain to serve traffic in that area. So the vacation requests have been circulated to all the affected city departments and public utility companies, and we received no objections. So request your approval of this resolution.
Okay, any questions?
No.
None? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. It carries. Next is a resolution scheduling a public hearing to consider the street name change of Franklin Street to Martin Luther King Jr. Street and the commemorative designation of Martin Luther King Jr. Street as Franklin Street.
So moved.
All right.
All right, so the city received a request from the group Moving Ahead for Remarkable Civil Rights Heroes Committee, which is the MARCH acronym, to rename Franklin throughout the city limits as Martin Luther King Jr. Street, and if approved, to then commemoratively designate the street back as Franklin. And we felt the combination of the official name change backed by the commemorative designation was a innovative way proposed by March to honor both the important past and future of this street. So a third step of the process, that if approved, the existing commemorative designation of Martin Luther King Boulevard on Division that's currently in place between 28th Street and Coldbrook Street would be removed. So a few more details about this. The anticipated cost of the new green street name signs, which would be the official street names, would be the responsibility of the city. There's 86 signs, estimated cost of approximately $10,000, but the blue commemorative street name signs would be funded by community sponsors that are backing this proposal. So we feel that the proposed name change, as well as what you're going to hear in the next item, is consistent with the vision and values of equity and inclusion that are outlined in the city's strategic plan. As far as procedure goes, the request has been circulated to city departments and other various agencies that we reach out to with changes such as this. And any pertinent responses will be incorporated in the report that we provide to the city manager ahead of the public hearing. But this action is to establish that public hearing, which would be at your next meeting, September 28th at 7 p.m. And all owners of record properties that directly abut the street will receive notice via mail of that public hearing.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah.
I have one question and one comment. So I'll start with my comment, and that is to thank Commissioner Lanier and Commissioner Isasi. I know both of them have been really actively engaged with the community group moving this forward, so thank you for that. And then my question is related to timeline. So if approved by the City Commission, what is the timeline on when the street signs will be changed? And then I know when we did this with Medical Mile, there was some time that the post office needed in order to make sure that those changes were recognized within the postal system. So can you walk us through?
Right.
If it's approved, then how long after that?
Well, from a practical standpoint, it does take time to just print the street name signs and get those ready and fabricated and installed. And so we did speak with Mobile GR as far as aligning that work into all that they have going. So that, I think, would take at least a few months from a...
The estimate as it currently is 2 months for all the fabrication of all the signs, the ordering for all the brackets, and then 3 months because it's 2 times the 86 signs to complete all of it. So it's a total of 5 months, no more than.
Okay.
And that's assuming like no stop signs come down, et cetera, within the basic workload. So that's what we're estimating, and we hope to complete it sooner than that. But that's the maximum amount of time that it would take for this project.
Great, and that would be ample time then for the post office, Google Maps, and for all of the kind of those aspects of street name changes that we don't necessarily see, but that we want to make sure happen.
Right, so that would encompass, I think, that. Plus, there will be a continuation period where both names will continue to be recognized, and with the commemorative backing coming in along with this, that will further add to the support of current addresses being recognized for some time.
Great, thank you, appreciate it.
Anything you want to share, Commissioner Lanier?
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation, Tim, and thanks, Mayor, for your questions and comments. And thank you to Commissioner Isasi, who's in the audience, for your service on the committee. I'd just like to say this is 2 years in the making for the March Committee, but if you ask the individual groups separately, it's 20 years in the making, as there have been a number of efforts to rename streets in our city. And we know that we have 2 commemorative signs for both CEC and MLK in our city. And thank you, Tim, for referencing the equity portion of our strategic plan, and that being a value for us, this fits right into that really well. And I think the last thing I'll add is, as we're looking at the celebration, it potentially could, as our vision states, wanting to be nationally recognized, it potentially could be something that would make history to have both of these civil rights heroes having signs that cross or intersect at one corner. And so we're kind of looking into that as well, because it'll put us on the map for that as well. But it's been a great effort. COVID slowed us down a little bit, but we were still able this spring to have some virtual engagement with citizens and business owners on both streets. And then subsequently to that, we've had a petition drive where we've gone door to door. So a few different times before COVID, and then since COVID, where we've gone door to door to kind of talk through it with the neighbors. So we're eagerly awaiting the public hearing so that we can hear a little bit more feedback, and so that all of you can hear what we've been hearing as we've gone door to door. And Commissioner, thank you, because you were out in one of our door to door efforts as well. And so it's been just great to kind of hear what people are saying about the name changes for both streets. And I think it says a lot about our city right now. I think it also says a lot about representation mattering and being able to see names. I think we know that signs mean something. When you think about signs in the 60s that made it very apparent where people could drink and eat and things of that nature, it mattered then for a reason, and this matters now for a totally opposite reason. And so I am hopeful that at the end of this, we will get a unanimous support from the commission. But I am eagerly awaiting the public hearing on both of these lines. And I don't know, Tim, if it's possible, but I know that the committee is definitely wanting them to be taken up as one vote, because it is a joint effort. That's the purpose of Becoming March. So I don't know what work has to go into that. You know, maybe it's after the public hearing, but that's exactly what they're looking for, that this would send a message that we're joint in the Black and Brown community in this effort. So thank you, and thank you to the staff who have participated in making sure that these are the steps that needed to be followed and kind of giving us direction. We appreciate all of your work and the time and energy that you've put into meeting and sharing information to make sure that we didn't miss any steps. That's appreciated as well. Thank you.
Nice.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Lanier, for all your work on it. And I think when we talk about intersectionality of the work, it is pretty cool that they will intersect at an intersection, these two streets. So,
Commissioner Repart, before we vote, to Commissioner Lanier's request about joining them at the time of approval, we're working on how to do that.
okay,
So
Great.
we're hopeful that we'll be able to put them together as one action.
okay.
Thank you. Great.
Yeah, I think
Thanks.
that would be powerful. All right, for setting this public hearing, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It carries. And related is a resolution scheduling a public hearing to consider the street name change of Granville Avenue to Cesar Y. Chavez Avenue and the commemorative designation of Cesar Y. Chavez Avenue as Granville Avenue.
So moved. Support.
All right, so yeah, much of what I said before carries through on this item, of course, as well. This was the other request that was submitted by March to rename Granville, as was just read, to Cesar Y. Chavez Avenue. And again, if approved, they also submitted a request to commemoratively designate the street as Granville Avenue to recognize that historic name. Also, if approved, the commemorative designation that exists today of Cesar Chavez Way on Granville between Franklin and Wealthy would effectively be removed, because that's the same street segment that's being renamed. The anticipated cost of the street name signs, again, is in the range of $10,000, and the blue commemorative street name signs would be funded by community sponsors. So this item, too, sets the public hearing at September 28th at 7 p.m., and all owners of record abutting this portion of, or this segment of Granville would receive notice of that public hearing via mail as well.
That's great. Thank you. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It carries. I look forward to hearing from the public on the 25th, or 28th. Last is a resolution approving an extension for the joint endeavor agreement for remonumentation survey services with Kent County.
So moved?
Right, so Kent County received a grant for the state remonumentation, that is a hard word to say, program, which reestablishes monuments placed during the original survey of Michigan. So this has come to you a number of times to extend this agreement that's in place, which allows for the city surveyor to perform the work that is covered by this grant. So this proposed extension before you runs through the end of 2022. With an authorization for 2 additional one-year extensions on the same terms and conditions if approved by the county as well as the city engineer's office. And this allows for reimbursement of $23,200 over 2022, which would come to the Engineering Services Fund. So this, the program and this arrangement that we have in place is mutually beneficial to the city and the county, and as a result, I request your approval of this resolution.
Okay, any questions? I won't say the word again. Wonderful. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It carries. That concludes the work of the Community Development Committee, so we'll call it to a close. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Good evening, everyone. Yes, so Commissioners, just a couple things. Commissioner Jones is going to be absent. He'll be joining us tonight for our commission meeting tonight. He's out of town this morning. And then Commissioner O'Connor had to run to a family engagement, important family engagement, and will be hopefully joining us momentarily. So he expects he'll be joining us at some point during COW. So with that, we'll get started on today's agenda. We have a couple items before we get to the action items, Commissioners. And the first one is a recognition of one of our amazing staff members who is being awarded the George Hartwell Environmental Legacy Award by WMEA. So I'm going to ask Mike to come up and talk to us about this and share this exciting news.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. Yes, what you said. Carrie Rivette's receiving the George Hartwell Environmental Legacy Award from WEMAC this year. And it's nice that she's bringing that home. It's been named after George Hartwell, one of our former mayors. And it really recognizes the work that Carrie's done to protect our Grand River. What we do, what Carrie does, doesn't get recognized very often. And having a chance to bring an able professional like this in front of you to recognize the hard work that she does. Carrie's been in the environmental field for 25 years. She's a professional engineer out of Michigan Tech. She's been with the city for 10 years now, and she is a skilled, passionate professional. Usually this is the spot where I say, Carrie makes my life easier as a manager. It's kind of the opposite with Carrie. Because she is a dedicated professional and very passionate about what she does, she wants to do it better. She demands that we do it better. And I truly appreciate it. It's made me a much better manager. The thing that Carrie and the recognition that she's receiving is really due to the partnerships that she develops. We've had partnerships with our Parks Department. You've seen that at Roberto Clemente Park with our stormwater system, which looks great, thank you. But also the partnerships that she's developed with WEMAC, with the Lower Grand River Watershed Association. Those partnerships let us leverage funds, bring different partners to the table, and let us do some really neat and innovative things. This is not a Lifetime Achievement Award. One, Carrie's not allowed to retire. She's valuable to me. The other one is that Carrie, within the next few months, we'll be in front of you talking about our new MS4 permit. Part of this permit will be a stormwater credit trading program. This program is innovative. That will make us the first municipality in the nation to go ahead and offer this option to our developers to help them do things cheaper, better, and we'll end up with more stormwater infrastructure out of the deal. So if you could join me in congratulating Carrie on her receipt of the Hartwell Award.
Very nice. So I would like to give Carrie an opportunity to say a few words, but before I do that, I would like to add my deep gratitude and appreciation for you and all of your incredible work. I know I, along with my colleagues around this table, have worked with you on a number of initiatives, and you are just stellar. So this is well-deserved, and we just really appreciate you, and I agree. I hope you don't retire anytime soon, because we still have a lot of work to do together. So with that, do you want to say a few words, Carrie?
I think Mike highlighted a lot of it, but it's truly an honor to get an award that's named after the person who really laid the groundwork for the part of my job that I absolutely love. By helping to make us a code that lets us do green infrastructures in ways that other cities can't. It's a continued relationship with my partners in planning. Mike mentioned my partners in parks that are just amazing the way they're putting green infrastructure everywhere, whether or not I can give them money to help. I mean, they've laid the groundwork, so I have ways to help. And my partners at WEMEAC and Elgro, Plaster Creek Stewards, and I can come to the table, and we can all make the most of all our resources and get things done better and help protect the Grand River. So, and also, there's a lot of people out here that support me every single day. And like Mike said, nobody gets recognition in our world. But there's a lot of great people here that I don't think if it weren't for all of them, I'd be where I am. So thank you to them, and thank you to WEMEAC for acknowledging the work I do on behalf of the city.
Thank you, Carrie. And what I'd like to do is just have your entire team stand up, because you're right, all of you doing incredible work. So please stand up so we can recognize you.
Mayor, if you could, I'd like to punctuate all the other comments that were said, exclamatory with my appreciation of Ms. Rivette. And as you've heard, she is our conscience as an organization about ensuring that green infrastructure is not just a program, it's a way that we go about delivering services. And even with the latest park that we reopened last week at Roberto Clemente, we saw the fingerprints of her handiwork and her team. And so I want to thank her and all of you for your work and doing what we can to make sure that we have a sustainable environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations again. All right, Commissioners, next I have a mayoral proclamation, and I think I'll come down here and before I hand this over to Ms. Stacy Stout. But as I start this, I really think it's timely to do this proclamation for a welcoming week, as our community is about to welcome hundreds of refugees from Afghanistan. So our work together to make sure that our city is a welcoming place for everyone is really critical, especially during these times. So I'd like to read this proclamation and then hand it over to Ms. Stacy Stout. So I'll come down here. So this is a proclamation. Whereas the city of Grand Rapids is home to people of all backgrounds, including those who were not born here, yet now call it home. The success of Grand Rapids depends on making sure that all Grand Rapidians feel welcome. New Grand Rapidians are a vital part of our community, along with our longtime residents, bringing ideas, starting businesses, serving in civic roles, and contributing to the vibrant diversity that we value. And whereas in January of 2019, the City of Grand Rapids, in collaboration with the immigrant community and organizational partners, and with the support of Gateways for Growth, a collaboration of New American Economy and Welcoming America, we embarked on a journey to co-create a welcoming plan for our entire community. And whereas to fully leverage diversity as an asset, our community must strive to create policies and a culture that ensures everyone can belong and thrive. This includes addressing disparities, countering hate, understanding history, and helping neighbors come together. Whereas our community has faced and often upheld structures, systems, and policies that discriminate against residents who were born in another country, are Black, Indigenous, LGBTQIA+, and other identities. Disparities in life outcomes exist along these lines and others in Grand Rapids. While those most directly impacted are residents who are discriminated against, all our residents are adversely impacted. Whereas the City of Grand Rapids values diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the city's strategic plan aligns to the goals of the local welcoming plan. And whereas the theme of the National Welcoming Week 2021 is Belonging Begins with Us, and is focused on fostering a more welcoming nation where everyone, regardless of their background, can feel they belong. Now therefore I, Rosalind Bliss, Mayor of the City of Grand Rapids, do hereby proclaim September 10th through the 19th as Welcoming Week in Grand Rapids. And I call upon residents and stakeholders of Grand Rapids to join together to build stronger communities and relationships with all of our neighbors, renewing our commitment to our common values and taking actions in the spirit of welcoming. Do you want to say a few words?
Yes, please. Stay here, please. So thank you so much, Mayor and City Commission, for your ongoing support of inclusion, welcoming, and policy change that really advances equity. That's near and dear to me personally and obviously professionally as your Director of Equity and Engagement. So I'd like to thank those organizations such as the West Michigan Asian American Association, Glimpse of Africa, Motherland Cooking Experience, the West Michigan Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, business leader La Casa de la Cobija, wonderful blankets, I have one, Nora Heaven, Hispanic Center of Western Michigan, the Grand Rapids Asian Pacific Foundation, and so many other organizations that work to welcome immigrants and to resettle refugees, including the many Afghan families that are soon to arrive. So we thank them for this work. Also, today is a big day for immigrant inclusion statewide. At noon today in Lansing, the House will have a hearing on 2 of the 4 Drive Safe bills related to driver's license for all movement that you also supported. So thank you for that as well. At this time, I'd like to invite, you can clap for that, that's good. I'd also like to invite, keeping your mask on, please, so we're safe, to take a photo with Rosalind Bliss and accept this proclamation to the new Americans that really, I know you've been here a long time, but I want to continue to welcome you and thank you for the work that you do in and out every day. So please join us in the beginning, or in the front. I got a wardrobe change. I want a different one. Welcoming week, you're welcome.
Yes, please stand behind us, please. Commissioner Moody, if you want to join us behind us, you can stand right where I am there. How are you? Good to see you again.
Okay, so just
Smile with your eyes. We're all becoming very good at that. Thank you, Commissioners. You know, I also want to add my thanks to our surrounding cities. So they too are engaged with the Gateways for Growth effort and the becoming a welcoming community, as well as the county. So just want to make sure that I thank our partners throughout the county. All right, so with that, Commissioners, it'll take us to our action items before us today. The first one is a resolution approving the request from Woodrow's GR LLC for a new Class C redevelopment liquor license to be located at 187 Monroe Avenue Northwest.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. City Clerk, you want to tell us about this?
Yeah, so this is, I believe, in the location that GP Sports was in, over in the Amway Grand Plaza. And so they're going to be doing some duck pin bowling and probably some sports bar type in that location.
Yeah, so Commissioners, I think we should go to the opening and have a little social night and do duck pinning. Is that what it's called?
Duck pin bowling.
Duck pin bowling. Should be great fun. And my understanding from our DDA meeting is that it won't serve food there, but people can bring food in from the other surrounding restaurants. So I think it's trying to support their neighbors. All right, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. All right, next that will take us to a resolution approving the request from Cedar Springs Brewing LLC for a new off-premise tasting room, and that is to be located at 642 Bridge Street Northwest. All right, moved and supported. City Clerk, you want to add anything? I know we've
Yeah, so this
talked
is-
about this in the past.
Yeah, correct, and they've, because of COVID, I think it slowed down their process, but they're gonna be in the location kind of by Harmony Hall and Maggie's Kitchen in that area and doing a German-style beer hall. So I think that'll be another great addition to the Bridge Street corridor there.
Yeah, and German-style food, right?
Yep.
Very nice. Any questions or comments, commissioners?
The building is looking great. They really took a building that needed a lot of love and have opened up the windows, and it's gonna be a beautiful space.
Yeah. Great. Any other questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next that will take us to a resolution recommending approval by the Michigan Liquor Control Commission of social district permit applications pursuant to Public Act 124 of 2020.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. We have Mr. Canfield here to tell us about this item.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. This is a resolution in the standard form that you've seen previously to recommend approval by the Michigan Liquor Control Commission of social district permits. So this particular resolution would recommend approval for 3 businesses. And as you'll recall, the social district concept is the area where the businesses that hold a social district permit can sell alcoholic beverages to customers to carry out and consume in those districts.
All right, commissioners, any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next that will take us to a resolution approving City Commission policy establishing the Grand Rapids Affordable Housing Fund. Can I get a motion?
Support.
All right, moved and supported, and we have Mr. DeLong, who is gonna tell us about this item as well as the next item.
Thank you, Mayor and Commission, for today. I'm also going to invite our housing practice leader, Ryan Kilpatrick, CEO of Housing Next, to come forward and help us with today's presentation. So we're going to start out first with a PowerPoint that will summarize the journey we've been on and what we're recommending to you today. So Mr. Kilpatrick will take us through that, and then we'll deal with our 2 agenda items. I want to say that we started this discussion some time ago, like 3 years ago, and are now moving forward with this. But with the most recent update that we provided to City Commission was in June, and we went through the framework that we were recommending, that we're actually recommending today. So what we've been able to do is deliver on what we recommended, and that's before you today for your consideration. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Kilpatrick, and I'll come back and explain the items. Brian, I drive from here. Yep, great. Thanks.
Good. Oh, excellent. Good morning. Thank you for your consideration of this morning. I'm excited to be here to talk about it. We've been talking about this for a while. You'll remember that we brought a report to you July of 2020 that outlined our housing needs. I'm going to talk a little bit about that again this morning, but then really talk about the fund. So the brief history getting us to this point, recall that in 2015, the city undertook the Great Housing Strategies, which was a massive collective impact model of community engagement that brought hundreds of partners to the table to talk about housing needs and housing solutions. And it was as a result of that process that a housing fund was first recommended and brought forward. In 2018, the Housing Fund was then considered to be seated with the Grand Rapids Housing Commission. There was an agreement in place for some time, but at the point at which the Kent County Land Bank Authority was dissolved, and we began to move into new opportunities and new needs within the community, that version of the Housing Fund was put on pause. While we thought a little bit more carefully about what were going to be the needs going forward and how did we need this fund to function in the community. And then in 2020, we completed that housing needs assessment to really understand what were the needs across the community, both for families that were housed but struggling and at risk of instability, as well as for all of the new folks that wanted to move into the city. We wanted to be able to think about both of those communities simultaneously. So what we learned as a result of that housing needs assessment was that we've got more than 25,000 households who are cost burdened by rent or by home ownership within the city. Roughly half of those of our renters in the community are spending more than they can afford, and about 20% of homeowners are spending more than they can afford. And almost 13,000 households are spending more than half of their income on housing within the city. But in addition to that, we understood that we needed another 9,000 housing units to accommodate households moving in, to accommodate growth within the city, and we needed to be thinking about home ownership as a critical opportunity to close the equity gap in terms of opportunities for wealth creation for people of color. So all of these things were wrapped up in the housing needs assessment. If you've read that report, you know there's lots more data embedded in that, but these are really the high points that we wanted to make sure we're focusing on as we think about the governance model for the board and the priorities in terms of funding. So what we're bringing to you today is a two-pronged policy recommendation. The first prong is the City Commission policy to establish the Affordable Housing Fund and the board that will oversee it. So that will talk about the purpose and the board makeup and the appointment process, as well as their duties and decision making. The second prong of this recommendation is really about the fiduciary management of the fund so that we can grow that fund over time. And so what we're recommending is that the fund be seated with the Grand Rapids Community Foundation. They have a long, reliable, proven track record of making smart investments to grow their funds. But again, decision-making for how spending occurs within the community will lie with, as a recommendation of the Housing Fund Board to you all as the City Commission. So the Fund Board as proposed would be an 11-member body. 3 members would be appointed or nominated by the City Commission. So each of the 2 commissioners from each ward will select a nominee. 1 member would be nominated by the mayor, 1 nominated by the city manager. That can either be the city manager or his or her designee. 1 seat reserved for the executive director of the Housing Commission, and then 5 members to be nominated by the community at large. And what we want to be doing is taking a concerted effort to reach out to our community partners to ensure that they have a voice in the members who are appointed. We want to focus on leadership in the areas of housing, investment, finance, social work, health, community outreach, as well as lived experience among those members. And those will move through the traditional process through the Committee on Appointments. But we also want to make sure that this board is aligned with the Housing Commission, with city departments that are already spending federal and state dollars on housing-related activities, and with our local and regional housing partners who are in the field on a day-to-day basis doing this work. So the responsibilities of the Fund Board will include those spending and distribution recommendations that will be made to the City Commission. They will also include soliciting and accepting funds from other sources as well as the city. But then they'll include recommending development and grant agreements to the City Commission, reviewing the investment of funds by the Grand Rapids Community Foundation, supporting applications to state, federal, or philanthropic agencies. They'll be required to provide an annual investment plan to all of you that includes a written report and recommendations for any policy changes that are needed to move the needle on housing. And they'll also be asked to make recommendations pertaining to the $5 million in projected ARPA funds that can be set aside under federal guidelines to support affordable housing. And so that's going to be a critical one that may not pass through the fund, but will be an obligation of the board in terms of their recommendations to this body. So the proposed uses, as of today, the things we really want to focus on are supporting mixed income and affordable housing. Those are going to be our top priorities, and so that could include activities like property acquisition, preservation, pre-development loan funds for nonprofits that are working through building up their pipeline of new and preservation projects, as well as income-qualified homeowner assistance grants, so homeowners that earn 80% area median income or below. Note, we have made some opportunity for homeowners earning up to 100% of area median income to be served, but that will require special approval by the City Commission. So we really want to focus most of our energy on 80% area median income and below. Also, opportunities for gap financing for projects that are already receiving home or LIHTC or another source of state or federal funding. Offset fees associated with accessory dwelling units or water sewer connection fees or development fees. And then these two we've talked about quite a bit, and I'm really excited that we've included these in the recommendation. Supporting equity investments in emerging developers of color. It's going to be very important that we're creating new opportunities for developers of color who haven't had significant experience in the marketplace and can't get access to traditional capital to have opportunities for that equity support, as well as small-scale affordable housing development. Typically, our state and federal programs are geared towards large projects of 40 units or more. We want to be able to help support some of those smaller infill projects so that we're maintaining kind of the sense of place within our neighborhoods while also providing new affordable housing investments. So currently, the proposed sources include $875,000, which is the remainder of the $1.1 million that was set aside a few years ago, less the $250,000 that was invested in the La Lucha Fund to support undocumented families during the pandemic. In addition, the 2% service charge that gets charged to projects that would normally pay a 4% payment in lieu of tax, they can now select to pay a 1% payment in lieu of tax and a 2% service charge. And so that 2% will go into the fund. Just a note here, those dollar amounts, the $27,580 is the proceeds from 2019 and 2020. $38,677 is what we anticipate going into the fund in 2021, but until that's collected, we don't know for sure. And then we've got another 6 projects that were awarded tax credit allocation in this most recent round. Those will also be paying into the fund. So this amount will grow over time as we get more projects invested. And then additional sources of funding include unallocated sales proceeds from the sale of unrestricted public land and philanthropic contributions from public, private, and institutional partners. And so that's going to be a critical one. We're going to want to spend some time talking to partners who may be interested in investing in this fund and investing in affordability across the community. So very excited about this fund. I think it's a critical moment in history for the city of Grand Rapids to be establishing this fund and moving forward. To provide a little bit of context, when we did the housing needs assessment and found we needed more than 9,000 housing units at all price points, nearly half of which need to be affordable, we've got to recognize that that represents more than $2 billion of total investment, $1 billion for rental, and almost another $1 billion for home ownership. And that in order to really close the gap on all of that investment to truly get the affordable units we need more than $210 million in investment over time that is gap financing, some form of low interest impact capital or subsidy. So all of that is to say, we've really got to be thinking about how we prioritize these funds in the first couple of years. Again, the goal is to grow the fund to at least $25 million by 2025 and then continue to pursue more growth after that. We're also talking to state partners about how we can leverage their resources more effectively. We're talking to local partners in the CDFI world to figure out how we can leverage their resources more effectively. But we've got to be thinking about how do we prioritize these funds most effectively to serve the households who are in greatest need and to close those equity gaps across the city. And we've got to be thinking about how do we really leverage those partnerships across all sectors to get as much new housing into the pipeline as possible and preserve as much affordability across the city as we can. So our next steps going forward, if the commission chooses to approve this two-pronged policy recommendation today, then we would work to start seating the board over the course of the next 30 to 60 days. And then begin to work through the budget amendment process and appropriation of funds, and then really get into the work of engaging with that Affordable Housing Fund Board to make sure that we're bringing all of the information that we've collected over the last several years to that board and orienting around that information, as well as orienting around our leadership through equity, so that our board is really aligned around what are we trying to do with this fund, where are we trying to take it, and they're bought into the mission. And then we'll begin to ask them to establish investment priorities, looking at other funding sources to figure out how can we be the last dollar in that is most meaningful to get these projects across the finish line. And then the goal is going to be to issue our first RFP in April of 2022. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. DeLong to talk through the actual decision options.
Thank you, Mr. Kilpatrick. So the first item before you would be the item approving the City Commission policy, the draft policy. And we have a motion on the floor for that already?
Well, before the presentation, we took a motion support.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, so just want to
you.
make sure I didn't miss anything. So yes.
Long presentation,
So
I forgot
but my yes. So we have a motion on the floor.
Thank you. Okay, then let's talk about it. So, so the first item then would be to approve the City Commission policy establishing the Affordable Housing Fund and how it operates. So Mr. Kirkpatrick has done a really fine job of describing kind of the outline of how it works and, you know, the framework for making appointments, who would serve, the 11-member body, the type of investments that would happen. The process for those investments is that the investments would be recommended by the Affordable Housing Fund Board. The fund advisor appointed by the city manager would tell the community foundation to cut a check in the amount of the total recommendations. That check would come back to the city commission, to the city, and then the city commission would be authorized to award contracts. So it would work a little bit like our home investments do and other investments, but the final, I think the kind of interesting part about this process is that we have an advisor board making recommendations, and then the city commission is the final arbiter of those contracts. And then we would execute the contracts like we do for other investments that we make, and those who receive the contracts would then proceed to do the investments and create housing. Ryan talked about the investments that we'll make to begin and how we're going to be doing the fiduciary arrangement with the Community Foundation, which is the next item. So if there are any questions about the policy, I guess I will stop and take those at this time.
Thanks. And Eric, maybe I'll open it up as well to see if commissioners have any questions about the presentation. So I'll just start and say I'm extremely happy that this is before us today. I know we've been talking about it for several years now. I think all of us, when we supported the initial creation and the pilot, taking a portion of the pilot funds to create this fund, we started moving forward. And then when City Manager Washington came, we paused. I think in hindsight, even though some of us were disappointed to pause, I think in hindsight, where we are today is a much better model than what we originally envisioned. And I think that goes to the expertise we brought in-house with Housing Next. So Ryan, thank you so much for that. I can't believe it was 2015 with Housing Strategies. I think Commissioner Lanier and I were the two still around this table that worked on that effort. But this is also aligned with the priorities that this body talked about last year at our mid-year strategic planning and priority setting. So I'm excited to see it move forward. I don't necessarily have any questions specific to the structure. I think we all gave feedback. Many of us gave feedback after this was kind of the initial ideas were presented to us several months ago. So I just wanted to make a few comments and say thank you to Mr. Kilpatrick. Commissioners, any questions? I'll start with Commissioner Lanier and then Commissioner Ruppert and then Commissioner Moody.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you, Ryan, for being with us this morning. Mayor, you're right. As I was looking at those dates, I was at a forum on Friday and was talking about great housing strategies, you know, kind of in this spectrum of the housing discussion. And oh my gosh, I can't believe it was 2015 either. I have a question about the percentage of the pilot that's going into the fund. Mm-hmm. And I'm just concerned as I'm looking at kind of what's been accrued for 2019 and 2020 and what's anticipated for 2021, that really isn't significant enough. And so I think in some of our earlier conversations, we were talking about what other ways that we could, what other areas of housing could we use in order to fund this fund? And I'm curious to know if we've had any discussions in recent years about some of the other incentives that we have and how they could be redirected to help to fund this fund. Because
Sure.
And I know that we're, you know, seeking funding from other sources. I know we have the one-time dollars that we're looking to put in there, but I'm more curious about long-term. What is it that we can do to make sure that we add a little bit more annually?
Well, I think we can continue to work on that, I think is the answer. So it isn't that this is the end, you know, it's really the beginning. So we know about the service fee and know that that works really well. The treasurer has done a really good job of setting up a system for billing, and that's going to be a reliable source of income that will grow over time. So It's already at 38,000 a year. You know, as we get more projects, as Mr. Kirkpatrick said, that will continue to grow. And those are annual billings for the life of the project. So as we get more projects in the pool, that amount will grow. But your point is well taken, that, you know, 38,000 a year, you know, now, when we're trying to get to 25 million, that's a lot of 38,000s to get there. So, know that we're working on other ways to do that. So one way is the proceeds from sale of property. And you might recall our discussions regarding the 201 Market project and how that could help accelerate growth of this fund, and if we're successful in a sale. And over time, I think that could be a very viable source. And other sales that are not dedicated to enterprise entity as well. We also at one time considered the first year or two of income tax from a development supported by another city incentive. And that is still something that we could do in the future. We haven't quite figured out the mechanics of that yet. But that is something that we have talked about as a group and could come back. So I guess what I will say is that, yes, we know, and we want to build the fund, and we'll continue to work on ways to do that. And I think one of the things that Mr. Kirkpatrick talked about is bringing in state resources as well, maybe in a complementary fund that would work side by side with this fund that could help accelerate things as well. And those conversations are ongoing now.
Yeah. And I will add, Commissioner, just so you're aware, both myself and the city manager, we started having conversations in the community about potential private dollars that would be invested or contributed to this fund as well. So my personal hope is that we can leverage the city dollars with private dollars to get it. My hope is by the time I leave this table that it's 25 million. And I think between some additional opportunities that Eric alluded to, as well as private dollars, hopefully we can get there.
Okay, great. Thank you for adding the component about the small-scale development. I think that's rich, and I think we'll see a lot of impact for that. I am curious, and maybe this is for you, Mr. Kilpatrick, more than Eric. We are in a housing market that, though it is slightly slowing down, it still is a seller's market, and we are finding that because we know, as you stated kind of at the beginning of this presentation, that home ownership, which I agree is essential in building wealth. And so I'm just curious to know, because so many houses now are being purchased over asking price, is there room for this fund to support in those endeavors? Because it is leaving a population of people out of the market right now because they just can't compete with paying over the asking price of homes right now. So I'm just curious if that's been a discussion recently.
Yeah, it gets harder, right, based on where the market is today. And part of what we have to do is be strategic about our timing. And so we can't afford to wait and just assume that, well, the market will correct and prices will come back down, because we've looked at other markets across the country and that hasn't happened over the last 10 years. But there will be moments of opportunity. And so what we want to do is think about who are our partners in the community, mostly our nonprofit partners that have been really successful at acquiring older homes, rehabbing and then reselling those to income qualified households. Thinking through how do we expand that model, how do we support them in expanding that model, how do we help to support new potentially nonprofit developers or for-profit developers who want to do more of that kind of thing. Our greatest opportunity for home ownership at an affordable rate is going to be existing homes. Those are still significantly less expensive than new construction, unless we're thinking about much smaller format for sale homes, like condominiums and townhouses that are attached and multifamily on pieces of property. So what we really want to be thinking about is what opportunities do we have today that we can leverage, and how do we think about tools like the Land Bank Authority, like partnership with MSHDA, where we can leverage those state and or federal tools to really expand our toolkit and do more of that. And think about alternative forms of home ownership. So not just single family owner occupied on its own individual lot, but condominiums and shared equity cooperatives, community land trusts, all of those things need to be on the table. And we've got to balance those, again, with our rental needs and all of those households that aren't yet ready for home ownership but do need safe, stable, affordable housing.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I add? In addition to what Mr. Kilpatrick has added, one of the beauties of having an unrestricted fund is that we could potentially layer programs with other targeted programs. So if we wanted to have a down payment assistance program, for example, for targeted areas or buyers, if that were the recommendation of the board, that's certainly within the realm of possibilities of some of the things that could be done to incentivize home ownership.
All right, Commissioner Repart?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Ryan and Eric, for this. I couldn't be more thrilled for this moment. I was super eager to get this happen, but I do think it was the right thing to pause. We were able to preserve all those land bank properties, and potentially they'll be able to be a part of this paradigm in the future. And then we have all of the data, we have everything organized, and I think we discussed this morning at appointments a way to kind of be expedient and also, make sure we have the right people on that board, because these are very important decisions to make about potentially a lot of money. And in that time frame of kind of pushing pause till now, we approved at least 15 pilots. 2 more were approved this morning, preliminary approved on fiscal committee. So that number will grow. It's 38,000 now, but it will grow over time, especially because we've got the best affordable housing developers in the state within the friendly confines of our city. So I'm super excited about it. I am also excited about the things that Commissioner Lanier mentioned in terms of trying to incentivize homeownership and small scale development and developers of color. So I just want to say thanks to all the staff for all the work. It's a lot. We're ready to fill that board and to get it moving, and I'm excited that we've got money that we have from the federal government to put into it and seed it, but we do need to find those new sources. I know that I sat down with Ryan Kilpatrick and Dr. Beard, who helped with some of the research on best practices for these types of funds, and there are lots of ideas about how to generate revenue streams for it. Also, there's a package of bills supported by the chamber locally here that would free up some tools for us as a city that we can then leverage to help, again, free up other opportunities that we can present creatively to the community. So I think that the timing of this is just right, and I'm thrilled to be able to cast my vote for it today.
Thanks, Commissioner. And I think your last point is one well taken. We know this isn't a silver bullet. Affordable housing and providing low-income housing throughout our city and every neighborhood is a complex issue, and we need a multi-pronged approach. So this legislative bill, I see Josh from the chambers here, this legislative bill and these bills around housing at the state are absolutely critical. Appreciate their partnership as well as Michigan Municipal League, along with some of the other work that we're doing. So again, this is a really important step forward in my opinion, but it's one of many steps we need to take. So thank you. Commissioner Moody, and then Commissioner O'Connor.
Thank you both for this report. I just have 2 questions that I'm concerned with. One, when I first was appointed to City Commission, the first thing that I always asked about was when we were talking about affordable housing, what does that really mean? When you have different peoples with different incomes and they're applying to buy homes, you have 37% in reference to African Americans versus 77% in reference to Caucasians. Was there any report done on that as to why that number is so low? That's number one. Number 2 is on page 7 of your report where it says affordable housing for proposed use. You got 6 bullet points here. Your top one says investments to support mixed incomes and affordable housing could include. When you say could include, are you saying that once we establish and vote on this, that this board will make a decision on these 6 things here? The board that you're going to put in place, that we will be putting in place. So if you can answer my first question, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. So the first part of resolving the problem is recognition. And so the study that the Bowen National Research Study did that Mr. Kirkpatrick referenced clearly identified the disparity in homeownership by African Americans particularly, but I believe by persons of color also. So we have work to do, and that's part of why the proposed uses are what they are. And I think one of the answers is the small-scale development and working with developers of color to help encourage the creation of housing in the community. Mr. Kirkpatrick has other ideas that I'll allow him to share if he'd like, but that's the start of our response to that question.
Also, Mr. Kilpatrick, in looking at that percentage, did you discover if there was any redlining still existing within banks, loan companies and such, that will just spare people from getting homes who have not the possible means of having the money to get the type of house they want? Because my biggest concern is that word affordable. What does it really mean to people of low income means?
Yeah, those are great questions. So in terms of our definition of affordable, we're using the HUD definition, which is defined as not spending more than 30% of gross household income. And then the HUD sets our area median income, and we look at percentages of the area median income. And so this fund sets out 80% is the maximum threshold. 80% area median income is our maximum threshold. But there is definitely an opportunity for this fund board to really prioritize households earning 30 or 40% area median income or below, depending on what they find their needs and priorities are going to be. So that fund board will be making some of those recommendations. In terms of lending practices, we know that we don't yet have a level playing field in all circumstances. There is still discrimination in lending, and so there are opportunities for us to work on that in partnership with our local lenders and national lenders as well, to make sure that we're weeding that out wherever we can, to make sure that we're providing collateral support where necessary, where folks don't have the credit scores necessary to get a loan. And so really thinking through some of those issues to ensure that we can adequately support home ownership among all members of the population and begin to whittle away at that equity gap is going to be really important for us. And then I think on your question about the proposed uses, that's kind of the large list of potential uses for the fund. While the fund is still relatively small, the Affordable Housing Fund Board will likely be asked to prioritize maybe 2 or 3 of those activities instead of trying to tackle all 6 or 7 at once. As the fund grows larger and we have more capacity, we may be able to take on every single one of those. But I'm guessing in the early years we'll want to think about which 2 or 3 can be most impactful.
Thank you.
Yeah, great question, Commissioner. And, I will add, because I know several of you have talked to me about this. Again, this is having a number of tools in our toolbox. And I believe another tool that we need to pursue is this idea of using local brownfield TIF along with community, the land bank with Community Land Trust, which a nonprofit here in town is working on, to help fill that affordability gap as well. So again, how do we start to create a multitude of options to help move the needle around this home ownership issue and helping to fill that gap around affordability? Commissioner O'Connor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thrilled to see that the work of the the Affordable Housing task force that you put together a few years ago, that this was a recommendation, and it's finally coming to the point that we can adopt this policy and operationalize it. And so it's great to have that before us today. I think one thing that's, I guess, still incumbent upon this body is continuing to align our both land use and our city policy to meet some of the the duties that we've tasked this board to accomplish. And so I think there's still some with our master plan coming up, I think that's a great opportunity. But the master plan is not zoning, so there's still changes to the zoning code that are going to be necessary to to do things like non-condo zero lot line affordable housing, to be able to continue to build 1 to 4 unit properties within the context of our zoning code, or even looking at ways which we're the hope is that this fund can subsidize development fees and LUDs and permits, but I still think there's challenges with things like water connections, that the way that we require water connections to be for owned units to be 1 water connection per owned unit, like, there's ways to create, one water connection for multiple units that could, could be done at a much substantial cost, which are things that we have in our control, are ways to lower the cost so that you don't necessarily have to use all of the Affordable Housing Fund to offset things that the city could, in another way, reduce the cost of development for. So I think, thrilled to get this done, but I think our work is still before us to say, how do we take this operationalized plan and then change policy around it to be more effective.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well said. Commissioner Isasi?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. And I remember sitting in the chambers and listening to some of these conversations at that time. So it is great to be here at this point. I think I just have a couple of comments and then one specific question. I'm glad to see the alignment associated with city staff and the Housing Commission, because I think that's a real important piece to continue to lift up this idea of continuing to look at the data that we have on hand. I think this was a couple of months ago where we talked about how can we continue to see the information of people calling into 311, other ways that we get feedback from individuals about how they experience the city, I think will be key. So I was very happy to see that. I will be interested to see when we think about the significant investment that's needed and this idea that money can be used as medicine to really reform some of the harm that communities have experienced and are continuing to experience is wonderful. I also think when we're talking about this level of dollars, there will probably be some conflict. So I'll be interested to see, I think I shared that, I see Ryan shaking his head a couple meetings ago when you presented, is to continue to know that there will be conflict and how do we address those tensions and put that forward as we ask people to engage in this process. And then my question is, Ryan, you said something when you were talking about the board makeup, about the solicitation of funds, and then I heard, Mayor, you giving us updates about you and City Manager. That potentially could be somebody who might be interested could hear the term solicitation of funds and say, am I able to do that? Considerations for work, or even just a comfort level of being able to do that. So, I assume that has been thought through as well, and so I don't want anybody to see that as sort of a barrier for them to be involved, because there will be lots of support from city staff and certainly you as well. So I just wanted to highlight that piece that might be a pause for concern for some people to consider this opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All good points.
I think in terms of one of the things that the board will do in this orientation period is talk through those things. And so one of the items that they'll discuss is a conflict of interest policy, which may come into play with investments or with looking for funds in the community. So they will work through that together. That's a good point. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. I want to thank everybody who worked on this, Mayor and Commission, City Manager particularly for his leadership. But there's been a staff of thousands behind it to help make this happen. The cabinet's been very helpful. So I just want to thank everyone who has helped us get to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. I want to add my thanks as well. I remember having this conversation with City Manager Washington shortly after he arrived, and his vision for really thinking through this differently and making it as impactful as possible, I think has really led us to where we are today. So, City Manager, thank you for that wisdom that you brought to this conversation. Do you want to add anything before I call the vote?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for your patience and the staff and their work. It has been something that has been well thought through. We've had a lot of interesting discussion. I'm looking at Philip and Anita. The law department's been very carefully advising us, and we are anxious to get this forward. I just want to emphasize, I know the next vote is on the actual investment, but I want to be clear that our use of the federal fund as proposed in the presentation is aligned with other communities throughout the country. And we are going to directly invest those and not transfer those assets to the trust fund. So those will be under the direct procurement and distribution of the city and your authority. So I just wanted to clarify that. So Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for highlighting that. I have no concerns at all. I believe this is very much aligned with the ARPA dollars. And there was just an article a couple days ago about Muskegon taking $5 million of their ARPA funds and putting it towards a housing fund. So you're right, cities all over this country, including right here in Michigan, are doing the same thing. But hopefully we can be a model and they can look to us and learn from us. So thank you for pointing that out. Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, Commissioners, next it will take us to the companion item, and that is a resolution approving an agreement with the Grand Rapids Community Foundation for the management of the Grand Rapids Affordable Housing Fund. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
All right, moved and supported. Eric, you want to add anything to this?
Mayor, I think I'll just answer questions. We've discussed the relationship both in the PowerPoint and in the previous items. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Community Foundation is a great partner, and is I think will help with the question that Commissioner Lanier asked about accumulation of funds over time.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and they'll be a great partner to accept donations.
Yes.
All right, Commissioners, any other questions or comments? All right, I'll call this question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, Commissioners, we have two briefings, but I think before we get to the briefings, I'll do my last action item today. So, Mr. Kilpatrick, Mr. DeLong, thank you so much. We do have two executive sessions for employee updates and reviews. So if I can get a motion for executive sessions for later this afternoon.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. I'll do a roll call vote, and then we'll move to our two briefings that we have before us today. Commissioner Sassi?
Yes.
Commissioner Robert?
Yes.
Commissioner Lanier?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connor?
Yes.
Commissioner Moody?
Yes.
And I am a yes. So Commissioners, these should be on your schedule, and we'll go ahead and meet in room 601 for both of these. All right, with that, we'll move to our two special briefings today. We have two important ones before us. We have a presentation discussing three resolutions, and then we have an update on the Kent County Solid Waste Disposal, which I have been pretty actively involved with over the last 6 months, so it'll be nice to have this full body updated. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Matthews to kick us off with this first briefing. And then we'll move to Mr. Hurt for the second one.
Mayor, before Mr. Matthews.
Oh, yes, go
start,
ahead, City Manager. Go ahead.
I'd like to offer some context around this presentation and three draft resolutions that you'll hear that's a result of some of the staff research in collaboration with community partners and some of the commissioners around climate, racism, as well as decriminalizing lower level offenses. And I want to be clear that as a manager, I'm very supportive of the efforts of our staff around these resolutions, and so supportive that these are already indicated as priorities in our strategic plan, have been indicated as priorities funded in our fiscal plan and our legislative priority agenda, all of which you all have already voted on. And I have previously proposed the continued use of our legislative agenda around these important issues. And I want to make sure that we continue to maximize our ability and staff resources in the most effective way and not overutilize actions that are symbolic of things that we're already doing. So I'm bringing this forward now because, again, I believe in these, but I want to do so in a way that reminds us of maximizing our staff resources. What you'll hear today is in these three resolutions alone, the staff has spent over 200 hours in preparation, in listening to feedback, going over context, sentences, word changes, and I'm concerned about this being a bi-weekly discussion, just as I would be also concerned if we were having these frequent discussions about a budget that we would already approve. And so moving forward, I would suggest that as we show support for things that are already in our legislative agenda, that we take an opportunity to semi-annually amend those with more detail if needed at the adoption of it or mid-year. And any actions that are needed to show intent can be done in several ways, and one in which you did today with the mayoral proclamation, in which the mayor recognized an item, commissioners could stand in support if they agree, and press releases could be done to state the position of the city. And so I want to remind us of that tool in addition to these resolutions, particularly if there's a desire or opportunity for these to become more frequent in our business. So having said that, we'll have the briefing today. We will give you our best thinking and advise you of the implications, but fully know that we are prepared to carry out any decisions by this body in doing so. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Matthews.
With that preface, we'll just move right in.
Your mic is muted, I think.
There's three items that I've got here that we wanted to make sure that we covered. One is just to talk a little bit about the process, and the manager mentioned a little bit about it. Talk about the proposed resolutions, and then a little bit about our direction moving forward. First of all, there are three actions effectively that the commission takes when you all convene like you are today. One is an ordinance. That's the formal action. Those are things that constitute local legislation and laws. The second, which is what we're talking about today, is the resolution. Generally, that's a formal action by the commission on short-term matters that don't create new legislation or laws. So things like approving the annual budget, the purchasing items that you approve, and things of that nature. They can be used, as the manager mentioned, to state position on state or federal legislative matters. The question is, how do we create a process around that if it's something that we choose to do? And then the last, which also the manager mentioned, is the proclamation, which is immediate matters of ceremony or symbolic action, and those are things that the mayor can do at any one of our meetings. So right now, the process that we established in the interim, the city manager receives clear direction from you all on the interest to prepare a resolution. Ideally, that's from a collective majority of the body. That resolution is drafted with subject matter experts, sometimes with members of the community, to make sure that we're hitting the mark. In fact, that's where a lot of the time went into these three. And then that's presented to the legislative committee for comment and review. And we'll come back and talk about why that's important. The resolution's then brought to you for additional review and comment, and then amended if necessary and brought forward for a formal vote and adoption. So some notes on the process. And this is something that came up when we discussed this at the legislative committee, that ideally we can take that documentation and add it as backup to the adopted legislative agenda. So rather than an act in and of itself, it becomes complementary to the agenda that's already been adopted. We want to make sure that those resolutions, especially when they're of a legislative nature, that they demonstrate some alignment with the adopted agenda, or the adopted legislative agenda, I should say, of the City Commission. Otherwise, those two things could be seen as confusing or in conflict when we're working with state and federal legislators. So we'd like to see us adopt a policy that establishes some framework and triggers for resolutions. This is important, and I note terms of effect, termination, and reconciliation of potential budget impacts, because I have been in situations where resolutions became a regular matter that the elected body took up. And the challenge we had from a staff perspective was all of those then become, by their nature, a priority for staff. And the resolutions didn't have any term of effect. There was no expiration. So ultimately, you would end up with 10, 15, 20 years worth of resolutions that were assumed to be a priority for a legislative body that wasn't even elected at the time that they were adopted. And quite often, they suggested that we should be putting budget, time, effort, and staff into things that had no longer been seen as a priority for the sitting body. So those are some of the things that we want to make sure that we think through in the process. City manager mentioned the time and staff that have been involved. I do want to note and reinforce what the manager said, which is the employees are already doing the work to achieve these objectives through their departmental plans, through their strategic plans, through the adopted legislative agenda. And this isn't something that this body has done for 10 or 15 years, from what I understand. And the last thing before I invite the staff up to talk about the specific resolutions, and you'll see this in their presentations, the absence of a resolution doesn't suggest that these issues are unimportant. In fact, we have staff that are working on these matters, and you'll see that they're passionate about seeing outcomes in these spaces. So with that, I want to invite Ms. Allison Sutter up to talk about climate change as a crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. So I'm going to go ahead and just jump in here quickly for this briefing. I do in the beginning want to share that this issue was something that was originally, the issue of declaring climate change as a crisis was an issue that has been championed by a local group titled by Grand Rapids Climate Resolution Coalition. I think they've been in touch and have had meetings with many of you. And they did present and prepare a draft resolution to the point that Assistant City Manager Matthews made. The draft resolution as the subject matter expert that I prepared for consideration as a part of today's discussion falls in alignment with procedurally what is termed necessary and can fall within the authority of a resolution. So with that, just some of the background information on why is this topic of climate change being a crisis important. So there is this overwhelming information now. I mean, not only scientific information, but the economic information, the public health information, very clear that climate change is having catastrophic impacts. And not just for human health, but this is true for disrupting our economy, this is impacts to our infrastructure, and also importantly, impacts to our safety. A recent IPCC report that came out really expresses the scientific evidence that this is happening much faster and much more extreme than previously thought. We have a lot of data that's been shared that shows even over the last 50 years, we've had some pretty significant climate changes in Grand Rapids, increases in our temperature, increases in precipitation, increases in frequency of very intense storms that we have, and the scientific information projecting the continued changes that we will see over the next 30 years. So by 2050, these are not far term, it's happening now, it's already been happening, continuing to show those increases in average annual temperature, particularly in the winter, with more precipitation coming in the spring. Those two things combined lead to more flooding that we've experienced, as well as recently we've experienced some extreme heat days and some of the public safety concerns associated with extreme heat days, and those are expected to increase as well. Cities contribute an enormous amount, 70% of carbon emissions globally, and of course the dollar amounts. And this has been something where more and more evidence has been coming out around the cost specific to climate change, severe weather impacts. And NOAA actually does a study now around $1 billion climate and weather related impacts, and they do that by state. So in the state of Michigan in the 2010, this last decade, we actually had triple the number of $1 billion weather and climate related disasters as we did 2 decades ago. So just a little bit more information. Also leading with equity as one of our core values. The data and information is very clear that our Black and brown residents and those that are living in poverty are disproportionately negatively impacted by climate change. Typically first impacted by climate and weather events and worst impacted as well. Of course, you're very familiar with our strategic plan. This aligns with our values, our health and environment objectives specifically, and this is one of the key parts why when we talked about it, it's about the health of all people and the environment are advocated for, protected, and enhanced. We have an entire objective around reducing carbon emissions and increasing climate resiliency. And we cannot achieve the city's vision of fostering a robust economy and a safe and healthy community if we are not urgently and systematically addressing climate change. So what have we been doing? I'm not going to go through all of the information here. This is a very short list when we think about the robust amount of work that city staff have been doing starting in 2005 with leadership, the city really being one of the first to lead on embracing sustainability. That's been true around climate change and environmental justice as well. We have many firsts at the city to be very proud of, LEED certified facilities, single stream recycling, free curbside, single stream recycling, combined sewer overflow separation, a lot of work that's come at great cost to the city. I mean, the one in particular, $400 million for the CSO separation alone. Planting trees, you can see Mayor Bliss came in 2016, and this has been a topic that's been very important to her, that she's been an advocate as mayor and continues to do that as well. And so even more recently, I really think increasing the amount of work that we've been doing in this area, being driven by our strategic plan, which Assistant City Manager Matthews shared, really the work that we intend to do is documented in that strategic plan, and operationally the things that we are investing in to do are included there. You're all very familiar. We've had recent presentations on our C4 work, the equitable, healthy, and zero carbon building work that we're working on. This topic and climate change, carbon reduction, renewable energy is in the legislative priority agenda. I do just want to take a minute really to emphasize a couple things here at the end to wrap up. We talk about making goals and statements, which is very important, but we have reduced our municipal carbon emissions footprint by 30% since 2008. And our projections, taking into consideration completing our LED street lighting, the biodigester, and solar installation at the Lake Michigan filtration plant, will increase that reduction to 47% by 2025. That is best in class. I have not even seen other cities even be able to document that, let alone be at the point that we're at. And that's phenomenal work being done by by staff across our city organization. The Paris Climate Accords has a target for 2025 of 28%, and we're projected to be at 47%. You can see here that comes at a cost to the city, and you all have made decisions, and city manager has made decisions to support these types of projects at a cost for the city, understanding and recognizing the benefits that it brings to our community, both in carbon emissions reduction, but also in adaptation and being prepared for when we have those large storm events. Also, City Manager recently has announced, and excited to share with you today, that we have created a municipal carbon emissions goal, which is 85% by 2030 and 100% by 2040, which is deemed carbon neutral. Working on some cost estimates to understand what that looks like, but it could cost anywhere between $500,000 and $1 million annually to achieve that 85% reduction. And that's based on some early estimates and best information that we currently have available right now. And that does include building some solar at Butterworth, which has been a long time goal that we continue to work on. And I'm optimistic we'll find some solutions here in the short term. So lastly, some of the other things in terms of, again, going back to our strategic plan and the commitments that we've made and what was approved under the fiscal year 22 budget for my office. Of course, continuing to lead with collaboration and working with many, the Energy Advisory Committee, the C4, working with our business community, and others that are interested in this topic to address the climate crisis. Really leading with climate justice in our policy and administrative decisions and doing work in that area around the community master plan. I won't go through this here. It just identifies some of the other key actions that we're working on. But a big one is also conducting a community-wide carbon emissions inventory. We need to understand where all of the carbon in our community is being generated from so that we can really be thoughtful about and aware to create the best strategies possible to reduce those emissions and understand who needs to be involved in those conversations about those strategies. I mentioned we're going to continue to work on Butterworth and solar. And as well as here facilitating conversations, and the commitment that I have as staff is continuing those conversations with community members to talk about what a community-wide carbon emissions goal could be, right? And I know that that's something that is of interest to certain groups, and I think there's a lot of opportunity to have some conversations with community stakeholders about what that could look like and what type of support there might be across our entire community for something like that. And then we're laying the foundation right now in partnership with many to start building and writing the climate action and adaptation plan. But we want to be very intentional about collecting rich information and feedback during the community master plan process to help inform that more detailed climate-specific plan. So specifically to wrap up, what does this resolution do? The City Commission would declare climate change a crisis in the city of Grand Rapids. It urges all of our residents and businesses and other institutions to act similarly and to adopt equity-informed policies and practices as soon as possible, right? Even trying to say, well, what does as soon as possible mean, right? Trying to recognize that urgency of this issue and say, no later than 2025 to address not just carbon reduction, because that's what some people are solely focused on, but climate adaptation and climate resilience are extremely important and things that we have been doing a really phenomenal job at addressing here, but continued work can happen in that area. And that for asking our community members and businesses to recognize that this will help protect the health, safety, economic prosperity, and quality of life for all in our city. It continues to prioritize engaging in state and federal advocacy and lobbying for legislation and regulations that will increase climate resiliency, reduce carbon emissions, and support renewable energy production that is outlined in our legislative priority agenda. And the resolution would affirm the city manager's adopted municipal carbon emissions reduction goal of the 85% by 2030 and 100% by 2040. So with that, I'm going to invite up my colleague, Ms. Stout.
City Manager, do you want me to take questions in between or all of them at the end?
I think if we could get through the briefings, Mayor, and then go back and
Okay,
revisit them
okay.
Siri item.
We'll do questions at the end then.
All right.
Welcome, Ms. Stout.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So I'm here to talk about a resolution to declare racism as a public health crisis. Why is this important? One, it aligns and it affirms the established and the emerging data. And I want to be thoughtful that that data also includes lived experiences and stories people have been telling us for centuries on how racism impacts their lives. This is important because it speaks truth. It is the truth, and it honors those lived experiences. It also contributes to the movement. Over 150 cities and municipalities from across the country have passed similar resolutions to increase awareness on this very important topic. It also serves, like I said, awareness and also education. But please note, the data in the resolution is only a snapshot. It is not all-inclusive of all the ways that racism impacts our community. It also helps us as individuals, as an organization, and all organizational allies to center and prioritize anti-racism within their organization. It possibly could help leverage resources in the community for the community who are doing this work and have been doing this work. It also connects and supports our work with Invest Health GR, and as Ms. Sutter mentioned, C4, EH0, and additional city efforts and partnerships. It is also important to live out our value of equity, and this is making a stand on our values, which is very important to us as a values-driven organization. It reinforces your legislative agenda for this year, where you acknowledge racism as a public health crisis, and I thank you for that. It also supports the city's mission to be a welcoming, inclusive community, and our mission to elevate quality of life for Grand Rapids residents, and all of our priorities in the strategic plan. Because racism is so deep and pervasive in all systems, it impacts all social determinants of health and quality of life for Grand Rapidians, and more directly, of course, our pillar around health and environment. What have we been doing? I like to pause here and say this is recent history, and this builds on decades of work of those before us, such as the late Ingrid Scott Weekly and others. But in 2016, the city applied for and was accepted into the Racial Equity Here cohort with GARE, Government Alliance on Race and Equity, and Living Cities, which was a 3-year learning and really a game changer for the city of Grand Rapids. Also, that is when Mayor became mayor, and in her first State of the City address, announced the community read, City Within a City, The Black Freedom Struggle in Grand Rapids, Michigan by Dr. Todd Robinson. In 2017, we began working with National Equity Project to offer real cohort trainings to staff, in-depth 6-month training, which is Racial Equity Action Leadership. We had GARE come in and do trainings, and we piloted the Equity Foundations training, which at the time focused mostly on diversity and inclusion. We also launched the very popular and impactful Neighborhood Match Fund, and one of the core objectives is that the projects advance social justice. We also established the values of the Grand Rapids Neighborhood Summit, which are resident voice and racial equity, which were created in part because of the hundreds of surveys we received from participants, and those were the themes of what they wanted to see in our city. In 2018, we asked departments to apply the GARE Racial Equity Toolkit toolkit in their budget submissions, just to one project or initiative, just to kind of try on the toolkit and get comfortable with it. And we received 35 submissions that first year. We also launched the Neighborhood Leadership Academy, which is an in-depth 3 full Saturdays for neighborhood associations. And the very first Saturday led with and was about racial equity and lifting up equitable resident voices and being inclusive. And then equity was embedded throughout the rest of the curriculum. We also had the Gateways for Growth report, which was a snapshot of immigrants in Kent County, their demographics, and their economic impact, knowing that people's worth is more than what they contribute to capitalism. Did I do it? Okay. Also, in 2019, a key milestone in the city's equity journey was a strategic plan. The process, and I'd like to thank Allison and so many others that helped with that process, embedded equity in all aspects, but also the plan, if you notice, starts with an equity statement, and the very first objective was to embed equity into city operations. And we did that intentionally because you must lead with equity and not sprinkle it, on top when you're done. So that's very important that it's baked in. Our city manager elevated equity, diversity, and inclusion as a function of the executive office, and the former office of Diversity and Inclusion, was transformed into the Office of Equity and Engagement. We revised the Equity Foundation's training, which is for all staff. You all passed, the historic human rights ordinance, and we hired the River Equity Analyst, which is a new position to really help assure equity is in all aspects of that very complex generational project. So equity is embedded both in construction, governance, etc. In 2020, we published data guidance on how to collect data and why we collect data, and that we want to report it out disaggregated by race, ethnicity, gender identity, and also demographics, which is really important. You, City Commission, passed the resolution for driver's license for all. We also created the employee resource group policy. We currently, at the time we had 3, West Michigan chapter of the National Forum for Black Public Administrators, the West Michigan chapter for the Local Government Latino Network, and also PRISM GR. In the spring, we had healing tensions with NEP and also mental health clinicians of color in Grand Rapids for city staff who are really struggling as well with both the pandemic, racism, and just all of the tension going on in the world. And so that was really powerful, and it spurred the creation of our 4th ERG, the Social Justice ERG, for staff that want to continue on their journey to be allies and accomplices. On the CRC, with so many tables emerging around community police relations, the CRC wanted to take time to pause and reflect on their role because they historically have served in that role. And so they're kind of going through that process now to really reimagine what they could do as far as community city relations. This was a big year. We reiterated the budget process for equity. So previously, we had about 35 submissions. This year, in preparation for the FY21 budget process, we got over 100 submissions on equity, how it was embedded in the departments, and over 14 million direct equity investments that we could calculate. So that was very powerful, and I consider that our benchmark year. We also had a focus on micro local business enterprise to increase registrations, and since then we have almost tripled the amount of registrations that we've had, and now we're focusing also on utilization, not just registration. We piloted the local purchasing a policy to focus local, and also we were a lead funder with the La Lucha Fund to help those with housing during the pandemic, and so I appreciate your leadership there. And of course, our welcome plan was released that we talked about earlier. This year, we iterated the budget process again, and we increased our equity investments. So again, over 100 the previous year. This year we had 129, and we could point to 25.6 million in direct equity investments, so an increase of about 11 million. Which is huge. We launched the Community Diversity and Inclusion Program, 2-part. One was a fellowship for 35 Grand Rapids residents that wanted to dive deeper and really to advance equity and inclusion at the neighborhood level. And then we had, the other part was a speaker series to talk about topics of diversity, equity, inclusion, where we featured local folks because we believe talent lives here. We know that talent lives here. We also had Undoing Racism training with several members of top management with the People's Institute for Survival Beyond, and sponsored also a session for the neighborhood associations. And we'll have that back this year. We'll have 3 sessions for us and also continue supporting the neighborhood associations. We had equity champions, so city staff applied, and we were able to accept 35 staff to go through this 5-month, I would say like fellowship, where they took previous experience, passion for equity, and previous learning, and they learned how to apply that to a policy or practice. So they're currently in phase 2, applying that knowledge. And this is not for top management, it's for kind of like mid-management, beginning, because we want to make sure that equity is embedded throughout, and also for succession planning. We're working with Grand Valley to have equity foundations virtual, so folks, staff, all 1,500 of us, can take that training when it's convenient for their schedules to increase access. We piloted a language access policy to make sure that both, presentations such as this and others are available in languages, including ASL. We got a letter of support from CRC for this resolution, but I'd also like to recognize Robin Benton from Noble, who's been really active in this space, the Urban Core Collective, Link, and just so many others that have also been supportive of this resolution. And very excited to finally release the RFP for community engagement, to start getting some support on what is that framework. We have a good framework for equity. Now what's the community engagement? I will note we're still within the 5 years of the strategic plan, so I'm not late, but we do have to kick that off soon. And then of course you just approved the new equity analyst position, which will help us have that added capacity to review policy through an equity lens, which is key. So, what does the resolution do? It helps us and everyone focus on systems and structures rather than dismiss inequities as the fault of the individuals. For a problem, you must name it in order to address it, so it's very important. It affirms people's lived experience generationally, and affirmation helps with the healing process for some. It's an opportunity to educate ourselves, to educate others, to examine what we and other organizations, we encourage them to also do self-examination on what are we doing to undo racism, what might we be doing to advance it too, and so be really reflective on that, and then to elevate this in their work. Support local efforts, maybe they can leverage resources. We hope to inspire policy and investments that undo racism. I'd also like to talk about what this resolution is not. It is not all-encompassing. Racism is so deep and pervasive, and there are data gaps. If you look closely, you'll notice that I don't have a lot of data points on Native Americans here. And there's a reason for that, and it's rooted in racism. Also with the Asian American community. So I'm still looking, so if this were to come back before you, I'm still looking, I'm not giving up. And also I'd like to note that this resolution is not the full solution. This resolution will not undo racism, but it is a step in the right direction. Thank you, and with that, I'll give it to Karen. Thank you.
Thank you. And Stacy, I will add, I appreciate both your and Allison's summary of the work that we've done the last several years. And it's pretty astounding considering the last 18 months we've also been responding to a pandemic. So I think there's a lot of work that we should be proud of that we continued on even during these really tough times. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Farrick.
Good morning. I'm here to talk to you about support for decriminalizing the use and possession of entheogenic plants and fungi. Some interested Grand Rapids residents and the Decriminalize Nature Grand Rapids Advocacy Group and commissioners have elevated this issue surrounding the use and possession of entheogenic plants and fungi. The draft resolution is consistent with local, state, and federal law and would affirm the desire of the City Commission to support efforts at the local, state, and federal level to decriminalize the use and possession of entheogenic plants and fungi. Entheogenic plants and fungi are defined for purposes of the resolution as the full spectrum of plants, fungi, and natural materials deserving reverence and respect from the perspective of the individual and the collective to do the following: benefit psychological and physical wellness, inspire personal, spiritual well-being, and reestablish humans' unalienable and direct relationship to nature. Decriminalize Nature and interested Grand Rapids residents have suggested some of the following points, and I just want to note that none of this has been independently verified, but it is information that they have shared. That those seeking to improve their health and well-being ought to be able to explore these healing methods without risk of arrest and prosecution. To ensure equitable access for all people, personal home cultivation and culturally relevant settings, such as community-based ceremony, are critical. Individuals in over 140 cities are looking into decriminalization efforts, and Decriminalize Nature campaigns are underway in 42 cities in the United States right now. The draft resolution does not authorize or enable any criminal activity that is illegal pursuant to local, state, or federal law. And enforcement of laws regulating the possession and use of entheogenic plant and fungi has not been a high priority for the city of Grand Rapids, with very little public funds directed toward proactive investigation or prosecution of such cases. So the draft resolution would affirmatively state the Commission's support for local, state, and federal legislative efforts to decriminalize entheogenic plants and fungi and plant-based compounds that are listed on the Federal Controlled Substances Schedule. I am going to turn it back to Assistant City Manager Matthews, I think. Yep.
Thank you all. So on the three resolutions, the commission can provide feedback today. They can provide feedback through me through Friday. We want to make sure that we keep things on schedule. Clearly, there are some folks interested in seeing that these things move forward. We'll then present those final draft resolutions to the commission at Committee of the Whole at our next meeting. In terms of future process, I mentioned this at the beginning. Do recommend, as the manager mentioned, a semi-annual process where we can align these types of resolutions with the adopted legislative agenda. Right now we have a process for establishing and then adjusting the legislative agenda on that same schedule. So pending your direction, we would plan to bring back a draft policy to the legislative committee first, in conjunction with that January update and revision process. With that, we're open to questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Matthews. So I'll just start and say that I appreciate the presentations today. I appreciate those in the community who have been advocating for these three causes that are important, and I think, as many of us have said around this table, very much aligned with some of our priorities that we've already pretty explicitly stated in our strategic plan. Commissioners, I know Commissioner Repart was there yesterday. I just want to let you know that we did have a conversation about this yesterday at our Energy Advisory Committee and did get some additional feedback. So I would encourage all of you to continue to listen and to talk to folks about these three items. And if you have feedback that you would like to see or edits you would like to see, get those to Mr. Matthews as soon as possible. All right, I'll open it up for questions. Commissioners, Commissioner O'Connor, you're part of the legislative team. We talked about this 2 weeks ago before it came back, 3 weeks ago before it came back today.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. No, I think it was important that it came to the legislative and we had an opportunity to see how it aligns with our policies. I think it's interesting that some of these, I think two of these resolutions are certainly aspirational in some regard, where one is probably more tied to policy that could be changed at the state, local, federal level in very specific instances. So just making sure that we have the tools in place that we can align, how we do these things to have real outcomes and changes at the end of them. And so I think this is a good first step, and I'm appreciative of the work of the staff and Mr. Matthews and our Karin and our legislative lobbying team to help provide some guidance on how we can, use our it's the second largest city in the state, to use some of our legislative clout to help, I know that there was a bill introduced yesterday in Lansing from Senator Irwin around the entheogenic plants. So clearly there's efforts at the state level to try to take an approach on this. And so I think, this is kind of a perfect alignment of, we set this as part of our policy. And so now we can be a supporter at the state level to try to deal with some of these things.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I know we talked about this at legislative, but I'll reiterate it again. We know that these aren't issues that we can solve alone. It really does take partnering at the county level and the state level and the federal level, as well as in partnership with community. So thank you for that. Commissioner Lanier?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Matthews, and your dynamic trio for an amazing presentation on very different topics. Thank you for that. I have a few questions and or comments. First, I'd like to thank you for kind of setting the stage with the differences between ordinances, resolutions, and proclamations. I think it's important to kind of educate every time we're considering different those different things. And this is a really good way of setting the stage. And to you, Mayor, and the Legislative Committee, thank you for your work in reviewing these various proposed resolutions. To the climate change crisis resolution, I'm on slide 13, and I'm just curious to know if as we are making our recommendations, and I know, thank you for opening the door for more comments about the actual resolutions, Mr. Matthews, but I'm curious to know if there is room for us to add language that speaks to how we can incentivize the behaviors of residents as well as businesses and developers. I think we talked about that briefly when you presented a couple weeks ago, Ms. Sutter, about carbon reductions in our city, because I think about, I think our footprint as a city is one thing to have an aspirational goal on, but I think citywide it's another. And it would be great. I think we're setting the example, and some amazing data was shared this morning about our efforts and where we're headed. But I think it would be great to see what type of goals we could set with incentives for the greater community. And I think, as I even asked before, how do we bring this close to home? I know with the changes of even recycling, as an example, in households, we have to have some conversations, like where in our garage we have styrofoam bagged up, and I don't know where Dallas takes them, but if we run across styrofoam, it's somehow in a bag and it disappears every so often. And the same with these plastic bags. And so, just little steps like that. And then I think even engaging with the county about their recycling program, and how do we enhance the recycling program so that we can make a difference kind of at an individual level. And then to Ms. Stout, thank you so much for the presentation. And I think, I don't want to get too redundant, but I think as we were concluding our work on our budget, I talked about how appreciative I was to see the outcomes that have come through your office and through the entire city staff with our equity efforts, because as we all recall, during our strategic planning sessions, I was the one who was a little bit concerned about not having equity woven in and having its own pillar and speaking to it specifically. And so I'm very pleased with the outcomes. I think having this as a resolution actually elevates things the exact same way I think I was advocating back then when we were going through the strategic planning process. And what an amazing quote. People's worth is more than what they contribute to capitalism. I was like, what? States? What? So great quote. And then I think, so I'm curious to know through the ordinance, I think, again, kind of the same point that I was just making, how do we take what we put in practice here as an institution? And because what we know for sure is that what's happening with racism isn't just this governmental body or this governmental institution's responsibility. So how do we put things in practice so that we can help individuals as well as businesses within our city to fully understand how racism is impacting us? I think the other piece I'm curious about is the engagement with the county. I think when I shared, probably during the budget process, or maybe last year with racial unrest, we were, talking about this topic quite frequently. And I think I was sharing then that I believe racism is a public health crisis. And I think it would be great to see and hear from the county on this. City manager, and I don't know, how do we engage them in such a way to see and hear from them about how they would like to address this, but I don't want us to not engage them in this discussion, because I think it would be helpful to hear what practices they'll put in place, and perhaps the groups that have been advocating for this at the city level, maybe they're already working to engage the county, but it would be great to kind of hear the outcomes of those discussions. And then for the last one, I have to be honest. I think I have a little reservation on this one. I think if we were talking about the decriminalization of all criminal activities that have disparate outcomes, I would have a different perspective on this. But when I think about the data for this particular request, I am concerned that the energy that is being put into this is taking priority over many criminal activities that are rendering disparate outcomes that we know of, because we've shared some of that data, and that people within our city employees are saying they would want some changes to those things. And so, 6 arrests over the last 2 or 3 years seems as though this isn't an issue. So I think to the point that I think was being made early on about when is it that we should have a resolution versus a ordinance and then a proclamation. I think if you could put in your toolkit is the impact of whatever it is that we're looking at, and where we spend the time and energy. There should be a significant enough of negative outcomes to be able to speak to what it is that we're trying to create as a resolution. And I think that there are, we have had or have had some discussions with the city attorney's office for a number of years about looking at criminal activity and decriminalizing some of those things. In the past, probably the mayor and I are the only two who were on the commission at the time. We looked at spitting on sidewalks and decriminalizing those types of behaviors. And so, when I think about who's impacted, I think it would be helpful to have numbers that says there's a broader community being impacted by this, and these are the sizable numbers, and we need to make a change because of that. But with that, I do have a couple questions, and I should also admit that I have not done a whole lot of research on this, and in the event that this comes before us as a resolution to vote on, so depending on what the outcome is of this discussion today, I'll have to do more homework. But I am curious to know that, have we done any research to determine that if we were to reduce the behavior or with this resolution, the practice, I should say, does it open up the door for, have we studied whether it would open up the door for activity that doesn't already exist from persons who may be, like we saw with marijuana, engaging in the behavior because they're seeing it as no longer being a criminal activity before it's really a non-criminal activity. So so would we start seeing people indulging and experimenting with the substance, with the mushroom substance that we haven't? Will we see an increase in that? So that's a question that I have, because the little bit that I have been able to learn is that it's a substance that should not be taken alone, and that it is a part of a process that should be done with someone who specializes in administering it. So my concern would be that we'll have some negative outcomes because people will experiment because they believe that it is no longer criminal activity. And then I think the point that was made, Karen, I'm forgetting your last name, I'm so sorry. Farrick, thank you. Ms. Farrick made about the information has not been independently verified. I think that that's important to have done before we're considering voting on anything, that whatever it is that we're putting in ordinance, or in resolutions or any ordinance, and not that we should have those those items verified before we can say for sure that these are accurate. But I appreciate having it here because it is kind of what's been shared and as people have been having conversations with us. But I think that's an important step. So I know I've said a lot. I've made comments and asked a couple questions, but just wanted to end it there.
Yeah, I'll let Ms. Farrick speak to that. I'll add a couple things, Commissioners. You make a number of really good points, and I want to add a couple things. One, I appreciate your comments about recycling. I think that is a good tee up to our next presentation around solid waste and our partnership with the county. Again, even as we think about the work we're doing around climate change, the county is a key partner in that space, and we need to work really closely with them, especially around recycling and a whole host of other issues. In regards to the county as well, with the racism as a public health issue, when the Community Relations Commission first reached out to me about this resolution, that was one of my feedback. I gave them a number of items to follow up on, and one of them was just that is, our county is the primary public health agency for our community, and they really need to be engaged in this work as well. So I do believe that some members of our CRC followed up with the county. And then you're right, there has been some, going to your last point, there has been some work in partnership with our city attorney's office, and actually Commissioner Ruppert and I have met about this a couple times, looking at local ordinances and which ones we believe are having a disparate impact and which ones could be potentially decriminalized. It's tricky because there's also state law and sometimes federal law as well. But we do have some information on that, and I'll follow up with our city attorney to provide a briefing or an update to the full city commission. Yeah. Mr. Matthews or Ms. Farrick?
Well, I can, so the two questions that I understood, one was, had we done any research on downstream impacts? And the answer is no. This wasn't an operational initiative, and it doesn't change any law. We would imagine that should the state decide to take any action that, very similar to your point, that they did with the marijuana legislation, that there was a whole host of kind of regulatory and legal guidance that came prior to the actual legalization of any of those substances. And we can only imagine, and we clearly, we and I imagine law enforcement would want to be involved in those discussions at the state level, but that's not something that we felt was within the scope of bringing forward this resolution. And the other question was in regard to
incentivizing individual behaviors, businesses, as well as developers with the climate change resolution, as well as the racism resolution.
And those are, one of the things that we covered at the beginning was what is the appropriate vessel for action. And if you'll notice in each one of these resolutions, there's a very kind of clear and concise therefore, which it states our position relative to either state, federal, legislative matters. And the reason for that is we want to make sure that we keep strategy where the strategy's at. You all are going to have an opportunity to engage on all of those individual strategies, and we can have those conversations. Actually, that starts a month from now when we start talking about the strategic plan again and we start talking about the budget again. The challenge that you have when those things are adopted as a therefore in the resolution goes back to one of the first points that I made, which is that then becomes a separate vessel for commission prioritization, budgeting, and strategy that's not part of the existing process of strategic plan, budget, legislative priority agenda. So we very conscientiously did not include those, not because those aren't there, they're just there in a different place, and we didn't want to muddy the waters there, and we wanted to have the process stay true, which is the strategic plan is the opportunity for the full body to engage in that and provide staff with the thoughts and the guidance of what ought to go into the budget and their business planning for the subsequent year or years, as the case may be.
So then why do them?
Why do the resolutions? That's a conversation for the body.
So
And I think city manager would like to respond. And then I saw, after that, I saw Commissioner Repart's hand up.
right, that alludes to the comments I had earlier. We're passing the resolution to affirm the things we are agreed to do by principle, by some action already. But having said that, all three of these, I think, as pointed out, require some, in addition to state and federal engagement with the county. Certainly the racism as a public health issue, they are the public health authority. We've talked to them before. I think their previous response was they develop a diversity, equity, inclusion statement. So I think committee members would still like to see a stronger declaration. We can share that with county administrator. Even on the, as the mayor said, the environmental issues, sustainability issues, those are county. We'll talk about that in the next presentation. And I think even on the criminalization, I think our law enforcement agency, the police department, has deprioritized that in operations. But on the public health side, the unintended impact would something be more appropriate, I think, for the county health department to opine on versus our staff. So I think Deputy Chief Reifenberg is here to talk about law enforcement side, but I would defer any medical science opinion to other certified public health professionals.
All right, let me see if other commissioners have questions or comments. Commissioner Repart?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. First, I want to say thanks. 200 hours from the staff. I know that these are maybe not the top priority, but it is appreciated. All three of these things are important to me. I sense some real frustration from staff, and I think that that's shared by us on the elected table because we're trying to figure out when our constituents come to us and they want us to take action on us, which is the proper channel. And so I think that my hope is that these three resolutions have kind of exposed the pain points that exist when we're trying to balance what does the elected body do, what does the staff do, what are these different processes. And so I'm grateful for that work too, and I'm hopeful that that will be an outcome of all of this discussion. I wanted to thank our content experts, I think is the term that was used. Decriminalized Nature Grand Rapids has been giving us lots of great education. The Climate Resolution Coalition has been doing the same, sharing resources with us and information, as well as the Community Relations Commission working with Ms. Stout. So it's great that we have those partners that can share information with us and sharpen our ideas and thoughts. I think that with the climate resolution, I think that, from what I hear from the resolution coalition, the thing that they want is to see what is that path toward a community-wide goal. And so I think that I've seen a couple of revisions so far and shared a couple of my thoughts as well, and wanting to see in the resolution what is the clear path toward developing a community-wide goal. It doesn't have to be accomplished in the resolution, but can we show the path? I'm grateful for the racism as a public health crisis resolution and just the history and the statistics. While this is a declaration for today, that really is truly an acknowledgement that throughout the history of our city that these things have been true, and those lived experiences haven't been valued and brought to the table. And so I am appreciative of the quote. That's a great quote from Ms. Dow, but also for bringing and honoring that lived experience into the room for that resolution. I think for the decriminalized nature resolution, I just wanted to share a little bit about why it became important to me. For 20 years, I worked in a community center where there's a drop-in center, and I remember distinctly a season where there were a lot of Vietnam veterans who were coming into our facility, and a lot of them had debilitating addictions and depression. And I remember the day that Fred died. I won't use his last name. We had a little gathering at our community center to honor his life. And I just became that's when my obsession with Vietnam started, which if you ever want to talk about Vietnam, I'll talk about it all day with you. But my obsession with how do I help these men who are coming to our center who are struggling with depression and addiction? And that's what led me to the research on entheogenic plants. And so I have Fred and Dennis and Doug and John, these guys that I worked with very closely for many years, come to my mind when I think about these types of things. And I wonder what it would have been like for them to have access to something. They exhausted the things available to them to help them kick those things. And I just wonder what it would have been like if they would have had the option to try these natural healing, powerful and really, promising medicines. And so I'm thankful that this is coming forward. In some ways it pales in comparison to climate change and racism as a public health crisis, but I do think that it's an important consideration, and I'm grateful for the staff being willing to bring it forward to this body. So I think I've submitted my feedback on these, and I'm glad that process was outlined as well. I think that we can all gain some information from the pain points of how these things kind of came forward and how we can avoid some of those in the future, and grateful for that clarity as well.
Thanks, Commissioner. And I'll see if there's any final comments, because I know we still have one more presentation to get to before Economic Development Project Team. So, Mr. Matthews, did you want to respond?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to make one point, because now that I think about it, both of you raised the question about the community-wide goal in terms of sustainability. And while we didn't focus on it, it was mentioned in the presentation. So there's kind of two prongs to that approach right now, and we've spent the last 18 months setting the stage for what's going to happen over the next 18 months. The C4, the Community Collaboration on Climate Change, is focusing on that work at the community scale. EH0 is focusing on that at the building scale. We now have an RFP out, so I'll give a plug for the RFP. For management of the Community Collaboration on Climate Change, and we have an advertisement out for somebody to help manage the EH0 work. What we can't do, what we didn't feel it was appropriate to do, was for we as a government institution to declare what the goal is for community and community organizations, businesses, and everyone else, without them having a meaningful part of that process. And we are starting that process now. So it's not that it's not there in the resolution, but we're not there as a community to be able to make that declaration. So that's why that's not in there.
And Mr. Matthews, we had a conversation about that yesterday at the Energy Advisory, and talked about what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, and how do we more quickly. I think the thing that we're all hearing is we know this is urgent. We know it's a crisis. How do we accelerate this work? And with that being said, we do think it needs to be a part of a community process and dialogue. So I know Ms. Sutter talked about that as well. So thank you for responding to that question. All right, any final questions or comments before I move on? I'm going to encourage all of you. I know that, like myself, all of you were receiving lots of feedback on all three of these items, and I encourage you to continue to talk with the people that you represent, and then get that feedback or any recommended edits to Mr. Matthews, Ms. Sutter, and Ms. Stacy Stout.
Mayor, I didn't hear any objections to a semi-annual process of amending the legislative agenda moving forward.
No, I think that's actually a really good strategy for addressing the requests.
Yeah.
And the use of proclamations in the interim.
Yes, happy to do that. All right, thank you all. Really appreciate it. Next, that's going to take us to an important update from Mr. James Hurt on the Kent County solid waste system and the proposed tipping fee increases, as well as just kind of the future of solid waste in our community. This has been a topic that myself and the city manager and Mr. Hurt and a whole host of other members of this organization have been in conversations and working on with the county. And so I'm glad to have it before us today because I think it's important for this entire body to be updated on not just where we are, but some important decisions we're going to have to make in the future, as well as our partnership with the county and what are some options we may have as a city. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. James Hurt.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, for 2 more minutes. I know that you're on a timeline, so I'll try to be brief and get through my slides. I have 14 slides. I'm here today to really update the City Commission on some solid waste activity that's happening within the county. More specifically, proposed tip fee increases that are being proposed by the Board of Public Works. These tip fee increases are being put forth to support a $42 million capital improvement plan at the waste energy facility, as well as to offset some operating losses that are occurring at the recycling center due to decreased commodity value. The Board of Public Works reviewed their budget for FY22 on June 3rd and approved it with the assumption that they would be increasing tipping fees coming up in October. So the way the process works with them is they approve their budget and then they consider it through the summer with the tipping fees being reviewed and approved in October. We will discuss some options to cover proposed tip fee increases, as well as we'll review strategic options to achieve diversion goals and outcomes. I thought it'd be good to give you just a little historic perspective of the waste energy facility. Back in the 1950s to approximately 73, we were bringing our materials generated within the city of Grand Rapids to the Grand Rapids Butterworth landfill. You heard Ms. Sutter talk about the Butterworth landfill. It was a key asset of the city. It was open up until 1973 when we closed it. And from 1973 to 1990, we were generating our material within the city and transporting it to a Kent County landfill. In 1985, the city entered into a combustible waste agreement with the Kent County Board of Public Works. It took approximately 5 years for them to build that facility. So the partnership included the core 6 cities. So that would be the city of Grand Rapids, Kentwood, Wyoming, Granville, Walker, and East Grand Rapids. We entered an agreement with the Kent County Board of Public Works. And what does that mean? Is all the waste that's generated within the 6 cities all goes to the waste energy facility. I'm going to speak a little bit more about the residential side, but I want you to keep in mind that this also includes commercial industrial that's generated in the 6 cities. All is required to go to the waste energy facility. Like I said, the construction was completed in 1990, and at that time they were accepting trash for a cost of $39.07 a ton. Now I'm going to be throwing a lot of numbers out here. Bear with me, and I'm happy to answer some questions we get at the end, but there's a lot of numbers in this presentation. That agreement that we entered into with Kent County Board of Public Works was a 40-year agreement. It's set to expire in the year of 2025. There was no termination clause in that agreement by the 6 cities. They had to remain in the contract. That was part of the deal as part of building the facility, that the 6 cities would remain in the agreement. Some more historical context, tipping fees steadily increased up to an amount of $79.37 in 2008. And that was due primarily to the debt service for building the facility. It decreased in 2013 down to a tipping fee of $45 a ton. The current fee is actually $55 a ton, plus a number of years ago there was a landfill legacy surcharge that was added to help cover the closed landfills that are within the county. And that would be in Kentwood, Sparta, and North Kent. So none of those are actually located within the city of Grand Rapids. But all the material that's generated in the county pays $1.68 a ton to help cover those landfill legacy costs. The waste energy facility is not able to handle all the material that it's currently receiving. About 31% of the material that's generated or delivered to the waste energy actually ends up going to a landfill. So they receive, and I'm going to give you some numbers here, they receive about 270,000 tons of trash a year. They're only able to process or combust about 180,000 tons. The remaining portion of that is going to the landfill. The tipping fees that are being proposed in the Kent County's FY22 budget would move the tipping fee at the incinerator from $55 a ton to $80 a ton. This represents about a 45% increase. That's a pretty big increase. This rate increase would actually result in approximately 82% increase since 2012, while the landfill tipping fee has only increased 23% in that same time period. Let's talk a little bit about the recycling center, or what we refer to as a material recovery facility. In 2010, the city established a partnership with Kent County, and that partnership is extended through the year of 2030 to bring our material that we collect here in the city of Grand Rapids to the facility. There is a termination clause by either party that's within the agreement, but that is up through the year of 2030. When the facility opened, it was really quite unique, and single stream was something we were launching in the city. And one of the first tasks I took on as your new public works director in the first 6 months, and there's a couple of gray hairs over here that I got from that project. But at that time, we did not have a tipping fee. And prior to that time, you may recall there was a facility on Market where Kent County was processing their materials, almost right across the street from 201 Market. And there was not a tipping fee there either. In fact, there was a rebate that was coming back to the city for the material that was being collected. In 2016, as you may recall, there was a lot of movement going on with recycling in the country. The China soared. There was a lot of issues in terms of good, clean material going to China. China stopped taking material from the United States, and it was difficult with the prices that were with the commodity market to maintain that operation. So Kent County implemented a tipping fee in 2016 of $10 a ton. That commodity market continued to have some struggles, and over the years, you can see here, there's some numbers on this slide. 2017, they increased the tipping fee to $35 a ton. 2019, they increased it to $65 a ton. And what's in the proposed budget is moving that tipping fee to $90 a ton. That's a 38% increase from the current tipping fee. So what does that mean for the city of Grand Rapids? That would be about a $200,000 increase just in the recycling side in terms of what we're bringing to their facility. On the waste energy, I failed to mention, that tipping fee would increase our cost about $900,000 a year. Just to remind you about our strategic priorities, I know Ms. Sutter would be proud if she's still, yes, she's still here. She'd be proud I have this slide in here, and thank you for the graphics. Within our strategic plan, we have a health and environment priority. Objective 1 with that is reducing carbon emissions and increase climate resiliency. I heard the mayor and Commissioner Lanier were talking about recycling earlier. I mean, it's a contributing factor to where we're at. In the Objective 4, minimizing waste generation and promote waste diversion practices. That is a strategy that I've been trying to carry out. It's a challenging aspect, but we're getting better and better with this. One of the strategies for the objective is to improve the quality and the amount of recycling collected throughout the city. When we went through this process with developing the strategic plan and the priorities, the Department of Public Works recognized we did not have a diversion goal. And thank you, Ms. Sutter, she pushed us. We did establish a goal of 40%. At one time, and I'll show you, you can kind of see the chart, how it's a little bit hard to read on the right side and the bottom. We were about 28%, 27%. We've been falling the last number of years. And I have some assumptions on why that's happening. In 2020, we were at 16.50. So we have some work to do in that regard. Here's some more numbers and a couple of charts. So the current state of where we're at. The left chart is the recycling disposal costs that we're currently paying, $462,000 to dispose of recycling material. Of the material going to the recycling center, Grand Rapids represents about 24% of the material that's going there. I don't have a pointer on this, I don't think, but you can see we reached our high in about 2013, 2014. We launched single stream in 2010. We did a really aggressive campaign. We put out 50,000 carts. We really, our residents were really participating, and it has since started to wane down. So last year, you might remember, we did a Feet on the Street campaign where we went out and checked contamination within our recycled carts, and we've seen an uptick in our tonnage. Because what happens if our trucks are contaminated, the Kent County facility will reject those loads. So that's not necessarily counted as recycled material. Total cost for recycling services that we provide in 2021 fiscal year was $4.2 million, almost $4.3 million. The chart on the right-hand side is about on the refuse or the trash side. So what it costs us to incinerate trash is just over $2.1 million in fiscal year 21. we represent about 14% of the material that's going to the incinerator. Remind you, I said this material is the residential side. It doesn't take into account the commercial and industrial that's going to the facility because we don't transport that. Total cost for the refuse services that we provide, $6.1 million. And you can see the tonnage on the refuse side has been growing. Part of it's the economy, part of it's, I think, just the nature of where we're at. I wanted to give you a comparison of recycled tonnage because I believe there's some questions on why our tonnage is going down. The chart on the right-hand side is what's coming to the actual Kent County facility. And as you can see, it has been going down as well. So it's not just a trend in the city of Grand Rapids, it's a trend, I think, in recycling as a whole. I think people are not as interested in doing recycling as they were 5 years ago, 8 years ago. I think we found enough with contamination that it has affected our tonnage. So I think it's an opportunity for us to not only just look at the tonnage, but look at how do we try to look at that diversion rate? How do we try to promote our diversion rate? How do we increase recycling? How do we increase the quality of our recycling? So here's some other facts I wanted to propose to you. Future state, if we were to have the increased tipping fee that the county is proposing, assuming that the tonnage is equal to fiscal year 2021, that our diversion rate remains the same at 16.5, our disposal costs would go up to $641,000. That would be a net increase of $178,000 from FY21 for recycling. On the trash side, our cost to incinerate would go up to $3 million, bringing the total service just over $7 million or a $934,000 increase. This tipping fee annually would be about a $1.1 million increase to the refuse fund. The future state with the increased tipping fees and trying to move towards a diversion rate of 70 or 40%. These are some of the numbers I wanted to share with you. We would be moving 17,000 tons over to recycling. That's a pretty big jump for us. Disposal costs for recycling would go up to $1.6 million, bringing the total cost of recycling service to $5.4 million. That would be a net increase of $1.1 million to dispose of on the recycling side. Correspondingly, on the trash side, we would go down because we wouldn't be bringing as much material to the incinerator. The cost to incinerate would go down to $2.1 million. Total cost of refuse service would be $6.2, that would be a net increase of $63,000 for a total combined cost of $1.2 million. So let's talk a little bit about options to cover that tip fee if it is increased in October. Option one would be to increase the refuse millage to cover all the cost. Right now, we are levying $1.6 million, and that's about $7.8 million that we're collecting. We could move that to 1.9. We do have an authorized millage of 3.0 millage that would be something that you could approve, but there'll be less the Headley rollback. And I think the Headley rollback right now, I'm looking to Scott, it could be about, I think it's about 2.85. So for an average home value of $52,000, this would be an annual increase of $15. We could look at increasing a pay-it fee and implementing a recycling fee. I heard earlier that recycling is free in the city of Grand Rapids. I just showed you some numbers. It's not free. There's a cost to doing business. And we could implement a recycling fee. Right now, residents do not pay anything out of their pocket for recycling. It's part of their millage. So if you wanted to look at doing a recycling fee, we could implement a fee. Option two has it where we would increase the pay-it tipping fee 22%. And this would be on an average to cover the cost for the increase of the waste energy. And that would be about $18 on an annual for a resident. The recycling tipping fee, just to cover the increased cost, would be about $3 annually per customer. Option three would be only increasing the refuse millage to cover recycling tip fee. You could raise that to 1.65 and that would cover the cost. The waste energy tipping fee would be increased, or the pay-it fee would be increased to cover the waste energy, 22% or 18, similar to option two. And then I think we should look at options to potentially transport recycled material to an alternative location. Could be Lansing, could be Howland, could be another alternative location. Long-term sustainable considerations. I mentioned to you that we are locked into the waste energy contract to the year 2025, so we cannot change that right now. And I would encourage us to work with the Kent County Department of Public Works to evaluate Sustainable Business Park as an option for us to achieve our 40% diversion rate. It's unclear how that park is going to fit into the solid waste system, but I think we could work with them and try to find ways to achieve that goal of 40%. We could evaluate alternative processing and disposal options for trash and recycling that includes transporting it to a regional processor. This effort would require some further analysis, but could include the following. We could engage a materials management expert to advise the city. We could strive for zero waste goals. We could have a public-private partnership. There would be an RFP process along the way. With this option, we would be landfilling as opposed to incinerating at the waste energy facility. And then we could be looking at the curbside organic collection pilot program. Some of you know that's been something on my mind for a number of years, and I think it would be a good time to look at that. Development of a comprehensive material management plan for recycling to achieve that 40% diversion rate. This would be enhancing our public engagement and our education. What I found in this business, you have to be out front educating on recycling every couple of months. You're seeing the state of Michigan coming back out with the raccoon campaign. They're putting billboards back up in our city because they know if they have to be out front or people revert back to their old ways. I mentioned the Feet on the Street program we did last fall. It wasn't until January, February, people started to fall back into their old habits. And it's constant reminders that we have to tell them what's appropriate to put in the recycle cart. And then lastly, investing in the creation of recycling education specialists. In terms of being able to do this frequently, requires resources. It requires staff to be out doing that. And lastly, I wanted to just kind of talk a bit about the Sustainable Business Park. You may or may not know this, but the Kent County Department of Public Works recommended Continuous Material and Energia as the anchor tenant down at their facility at Hunter Street. The Sustainable Business Park is going to be south of the current landfill. The whole intent was that they would not be expanding their landfill. They'd be creating this business park to be able to process materials. So this firm that they're recommending as the anchor tenant would process 400,000 tons of municipal solid waste. And they would be manufacturing what they're calling like a roof cover board, or like a sheeting that you would put on a roof out of trash, basically, is what they would be doing. It would be a pre-processing facility, so they would be removing, recycling. It's unclear on some of the other items, but they are proposing an anaerobic digestion, so I think there would be some organics involved. The financial model that was presented to the Kent County Board of Public Works illustrated a $76 a ton tipping fee. It had a public investment of $70 million, a private investment of $280 million, and then phase one, which would be water and sewer utilities and streets into the facility, because it's currently a green field, would be about $19 million. And what was being proposed is the Board of Public Works would bond for 25 years. During that conversation, it was mentioned that the waste energy would continue to be operational and slated for this $42 million capital investment over the next 5 years. And the tip fee that is being proposed would be $15 million in their FY22 budget. It's unclear whether the recycling center would remain a viable alternative for the county's solid waste system, but I think that would require further conversations. So next steps, we're collaborating with the urban metro mayors and managers on a joint response to the county. Tomorrow, the Waste Energy Advisory Board is meeting to discuss the proposed tipping fees. And just if you aren't aware, the mayor sits on that board as well as I. And I am currently the chair of that board and have been for a couple of years, so I'm sure it'll be a robust conversation tomorrow. Again, I mentioned the Board of Public Works will be reviewing and considering the tip fee increase at their October 7th board meeting. And we would be interested in looking to engage a materials management expert to advise the city on options moving forward and recommend a course of action by the first quarter of 2022. And we would be building some short-term options in to cover that tip fee in our FY23 budget. I just went through a lot of information really fast. And I know there's questions because this is really a complicated matter.
Well, James, let me jump in, Commissioners, just with some high-level points, and then to let you know some of the work I've been doing and conversations. I've attended the last DPW meetings, testified or provided public comment at one of them. And then we've been in conversations with the other cities, with the 5 other mayors, because we are the 6 cities that have this contract that runs through 2025 for the waste energy site. So big picture, the plan that the county has to move to a sustainable business park and divert waste from the landfill, their ultimate goal and vision, I believe, is a good vision. I still have questions about how we're going to get there and what the current plan is. And then when it comes, so that's kind of big picture. I think philosophically there's some alignment between our goals and the county's goals. I think the detail part and the logistics is where there's a lot of work to be done. But in the short term, I personally have an issue with this request. So basically the waste to energy site, us 6 cities, we pay for that. So until 2025, we're committed to doing that. But this recent tipping fee increase, as well as them wanting to invest another $43 million into that site, and basically the cities would be on the hook for those costs. So we asked them to use some of their rainy day fund or bond, or use some of their federal funds to do that, and at this point there hasn't been a willingness to do that. So we're seeing their goal as a county is to reduce waste going to the landfill. Yet for the last decade, the landfill has the lowest tipping fee. So to me, their fee structure encourages and incents people to take waste to the landfill because it's the cheapest option. So I would actually argue the correlation between the recycling numbers going down is directly related to the recycling fees started to increase and continue to increase. And that's true for us as well as private haulers. So I think there's a correlation there. So their ultimate goal is to reduce waste going to the landfill, but year after year, they increase tipping fees for the recycling facility and the waste to energy facility, and continue to try to be competitive with private landfills, and that's why the tipping fee continues to be the lowest option. So I think fundamentally and structurally, that's part of the problem. So one of the things they're recommending with the Sustainable Business Park is a kind of blended rate for the services. Personally, I think that's the right route to go. Just so you know, the mayors of the other cities, we've been in serious conversations about determining that we are unwilling to renew the contract for the waste to energy site, that it doesn't really make sense that we would invest into a facility when they're going to invest $70 million into a sustainable business park. And so one thing that we're talking about is potentially recommending that they decommission the waste to energy site altogether, especially if they're going to be doing any type of anaerobic digestion or incinerator out at the Sustainable Business Park. So there's a lot of moving parts right now, and there's a lot of conversations, but ultimately I think we need to talk about what are our short-term options, both for recycling and for waste to energy, and then better understand the potential implication for our city services as well as our residents with the Sustainable Business Park, and whether we're aligned with the long-term recommendation that the county is going to make, the DPW board is going to make to the full county commission. So those are just some big picture issues I want to let you know of, and let you know that it's not just the city of Grand Rapids, but our surrounding cities are actively engaged in this conversation as well. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I got a few questions, I guess. For the waste to energy facility, so it's a waste to energy, so we're obviously creating energy off of that. So there's a delta somewhere that exists about what, I mean, either the electrical load that's created, where does that go, and are we selling that? Are we offsetting, our municipal circuit with that? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, James can answer that.
Yeah, I think
can answer
the
it too.
electricity that's being generated from a revenue perspective is about 30%, 35%
Of the cost.
of the
It
cost.
goes to consumers.
Majority
goes
of the
So we don't
tipping
see
fee
any
covers.
benefit from the energy that is produced.
No, and in fact, this was a big issue a couple years ago because consumers, similar to other types of energy sources that are outside of them, they wanted to reduce the rate that they pay. So it was a huge fight. We actually came alongside the county to argue against the rate reduction that consumers wanted to
Okay,
to have.
that's just a good background to help.
Yeah,
you know,
it's
make-
good question.
Think through how, you know, if we were getting credit for the energy, or there's going to be an additional cost to us for the energy that we're no longer able to capture, that's important to understand.
Yeah.
A couple other questions. So for the, currently we have 1.6 mils. Like, what's the amount of money that we capture for that? And then like for pay-as-you-throw, I mean, obviously I love pay-as-you-throw because if I don't put my card out, I don't have to pay. But if I
Right.
had a private hauler taking my trash away, I would have probably a monthly contract. So how does our rate compare to the private sector? If I have my cart picked up 4 times a month, how does that compare to the private sector? And then what is, the offset of the millage rate? How does that play into that equation? Because obviously there's a reduction because we all pay into the millage rate, but not everyone uses GR municipal trash service.
The millage generates about $7.8 million a year.
Okay.
The Pay It program is self-sufficient. It covers its cost by its fees. So the millage doesn't really cover anything with regards to the Pay It program. In comparison to the private sector, when you look at a larger cart, and really our program allows people to have individual choices in how they want to provide their service. They put it out once a month, they only pay for service once a month. If they put it out four times a month, they pay a higher rate. So it's really been a little difficult to compare us to the private sector. But when you start looking at our medium-sized cart, we're very competitive. When
But
you look
if
at the
we didn't
smaller
have
cart,
if we didn't have a millage, would we be competitive?
the millage doesn't cover the Pay It program.
Okay,
It only covers the recycling program.
I got you. Okay, so
And most private haulers only provide one size cart. Typically, it's a 96-gallon cart.
Right.
Some of them do have the 64-gallon, but we offer 3 size carts.
And James, can you clarify too, I know the millage pays for other things too, like street sweeping.
Street sweeping, graffiti removal,
Right.
Butterworth landfill costs,
Yeah, and
road cleanups.
cleanups,
The
dumpster days.
TRP program with code compliance covers some of that cost.
I just wanted to make sure that our pay it fee was competitive with the private, and if it was lower than that, then certainly thinking that our pay it fee needs to be in line with what, the private market offers as a revenue generation opportunity to
Good point.
help offset some of this. Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Lanier.
Thank you, Mr. Hurt, for a
You're
very
welcome.
thorough presentation. Mayor, I think to the point that you were making about in 2025, looking to, for the city of Grand Rapids, looking to remove itself, how are the other cities, the other 5 cities, thinking about, what they will do? Because I'm wondering if all 6 cities are no longer interested, or I guess it would be 5 cities aren't interested, then there's no partnership, then there's no, that's gonna put the county in a challenging situation.
Yeah, so we actually have been talking about that. I think we're all of us cities are doing what James said. We're really looking at options, trying to understand what our options are. Actually, both in regards to the waste to energy, and some of these other cities have concerns about the recycling facility and the tipping fee there as well. So I think we're still in exploration mode. With that being said, we have communicated to the county that they should be talking to us because it makes no sense to have a plan to invest $43 million in a facility if you don't have the waste.
Customers, right.
And, they rely on a certain amount of waste for flow control from the 6 cities. And if that's not there, you're right. It doesn't make sense that they would continue operating that site. So we let them know that that's an option. It's actually something I said very clearly when I attended the DPW meeting, that the feeling of some of the cities, us, myself included, I won't speak for this entire body, is that the county has relied on the cities to bear the cost of that site, and it hasn't been fairly, the waste system for the county hasn't been fairly shared throughout the entire county. The cost to cities is exponentially more because the surrounding areas outside of the cities are taking their waste to a landfill, which is a fraction of the cost of the waste to energy. And the waste to energy increases, the board sets those, and we have virtually no say. And so they make decisions about the tipping fee that directly impact all of our cities without any vote at the table. So that's been an issue as well for the cities, is that we just feel like every year, we give feedback in an advisory role, but it really isn't taken into account.
Is there then, if we are to remove ourselves, is there room for, I think in a different slide, Mr. Hurt kind of referenced other locations like Holland and Lansing. Is there room then for those cities to absorb the waste if we were to remove ourselves from
Waste to energy.
this? Yeah. or
That's
the-
something, so some of the recommendations, and city manager and I have talked about this as well. I think what we really need is an expert to come in and look at our entire system.
Okay.
And to help us identify what are our options, maybe individually as a city, what are our options in partnership with our surrounding cities, and then what are our options in partnership with the county, and just really give an independent, objective overview of where we are, what the county is proposing. For that amount of money that we're spending annually, are there other options that are still aligned with our goal to divert waste? And I just think we haven't taken a deep dive because we've consistently had this commitment to rely on these services from the county. And so I think for us, before we make a decision, we need to know what are our options, how much is it gonna cost? Do we have the ability to do it alone? Do we have the ability to do it in partnership with the other cities? Or do we need to partner with the county and get behind the sustainable business park idea? And then say, it doesn't make sense to put 70 million into that and an additional 43 million into waste to energy.
And I think the timing is good, so I think, we have a little bit of time to do that work and make other recommendations. And so then, on your slide 5, Mr. Hurt, I was just curious, when did China stop taking those materials? You referenced it, but I didn't get the year.
It is 2016.
You're gonna hold me to the
16 or
dates. I wanna
17.
say 2014, 2015 is when they started talking about it, then they shut their borders.
Okay. And then, and I know we're running out of time. We had some really robust, in my defense, we had some really robust topics to talk about today.
Yes, we did. It's good work.
You saved the best for last.
Yeah, that's right, that's right. Waste, that's good. I think, we can kind of talk offline about that because we have time. I was just curious about some of the potential costs with looking at Holland and Lansing. And then I'm also curious with the increases that potentially could be proposed, even through increasing the millage or the fee structure that we have in place. Just curious about vulnerable populations and how they'll be impacted by any increases one way or the other. And so those are things that you can just kind of circle
Absolutely.
back and let me know.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. This is really good. Thank you for
Welcome.
doing this work and bringing it before us.
Yeah, thank you. And so, city manager, next steps, we're gonna look at these options, make a recommendation to move forward, probably on a couple of them to explore. And then, are you planning to bring something back to the city commission or just continue to provide updates?
Yes, Mayor, and I think even more immediate, coupling the previous presentation we just had on climate crisis, if you were to adopt a resolution on the 28th, in that a statement of concern about the lack of diversion that's happening at the recycling center, the inverted fees that you pointed out would be something that could be brought to the attention of the DPW board on October the 7th. We can do it individually, but since we're already talking about action, we can insert some concern from this body around that issue into that. And yes, we'll continue to move forward in getting someone to advise us. The other thing I want to point out locally is I asked a question the other day, whose job is it to continue resident education, commercial education about recycling? And we have one person who spends about 10% of their time doing that. And that's not enough for a habit that people engage in weekly, either on the recycling or disposal. And so what I'm hoping for now, since we are collaborating with a sustainability office that we figure out a way, especially with the C4, to accelerate some of the education, just to change behavior. Some of this is behavioral. And so I think those things are something that we can do immediately until we can get someone whose attention, I think, is to do this 100% or the majority of their time.
Yeah, thanks, City Manager. That's a good point. I think there's a lot of opportunities with C4, whether it's around education around recycling or the positive impact of trees. I think we'll have some strong partners in the community to move forward all of our environmental goals. All right, Commissioners, with that, we'll go ahead and end today's Committee of the Whole meeting. We do have Economic Development Project Team in here. I would like to take a 7, like maybe start EDPT at 12:40 so that I can get something to drink and to snack on, so I don't pass out from hunger. So how about, yeah, we're meeting here, right, City Manager? Is that right? I think so. Yes, I'm seeing yes.
Yes.
So why don't we, those of you who serve with me on Economic Development Project Team, why don't we meet back in here at 12:40 so we can grab something to eat.